for it, and then it actually says that it's in a Middle Eastern country. The reviewer describes clothing in which individuals are in the area. I've described like an Indiana Jones movie, but this is actually from the CIA.
This image, you scroll back further, what is that thing? Is that the corner of the box?
The company, yeah, he's describing. If you go on. These are actually the hand document, but yeah, that's what's described surrounding.
Fine.
Well, yeah, the Ark of the Covenant. A bunch of documents.
But if you ask me, go look for the Ark of the Covenant, right? I know what I'm looking for, right?
Well, apparently these are both papers.
But I think it's gonna show me the damn fucking thing.
I don't know if they did, but they.
I don't know if they did either, but it's interesting, but it's not as interesting because you're saying show me the Ark of the Covenant, right? So he's drawing what we all saw in Indiana Jones.
Can you locate it? So the descriptions.
That was before he did it. Was the first one. That's the one. What says, you know what it looks like. You know what the ark looks like. So if I tell you, go draw me the ark, where's it at?
You think
go find us the Ark of the Covenant. Have to be careful with editing, though. To be a problem at this time, just something to watch for. Attained excellent psychology. Okay.
definitely interesting.
Well, it's weird that they're talking about it like it's a real talent, like someone can actually do it. It has another side of it. The target is fashioned wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to AOL. So that's that something of location, right? Is that what it means? Yeah, that's it. Coffin is decorated with the seraphim sea sketch. This target is located somewhere in the Middle East as the language spoken by individuals present to be Arabic.
I don't know how far it went, and I definitely have questions, but this would not be the first time that a government would have looked for something, especially because people theorize that the Ark of the Covenant has these abilities as a super weapon.
I know what I'm saying. Yeah. Remote viewer is limited by its ability to understand the language. Scroll back up, please. Yeah, right there. So in the Middle East, visuals of surrounding buildings indicated that the area that the presence of walls and domes. Individuals in the area with hair and dark eyes. One figure I owned it on for a mustache. The target is hidden under gradation of the target. It's the only problem I ever have with things is that these places are all controlled by terrorists. And it's all, dictators and they found out that the army there.
Well, I think there's this aspect of, if you look at it from a biblical perspective, access it anyways. Protected, like that's what the Bible says.
Mechanisms of lock systems we found individuals open the container by.
It's interesting is remember in the Bible always talks about how they're like
through the use of
so all that to say that there's something out there, right? Obviously God's real, and this job has definitely put me in a position to where we're able to help get other church out there, if you will, and
the actual Ark of the Covenant you could explain a lot. It's like if these Ethiopians have it, Graham Hancock believes that they do. And
Ethiopian people, and going back to the ancient men with a Ethiopian Orthodox pastor, if you will, and his response was interesting, especially from their aspect of the religion that tries to be doom and gloom. And then in Ethiopian perspective, like, first of all, your timelines, like, modern day separate, it's separated 64 days out of the year, explaining all that. Because, like, but even then, so, we don't have the perspective of, optimistic as opposed to pessimistic and intuition. All that's
probably not online.
It's all facts. It's all facts. Yeah, he's on some nothing.
About that. That they was identified with the target and didn't know what it was. We'll call that explanation. Different. So that and it wrote from that before all the pictures. Put together what I'm talking about. That's way more interesting. There's more going on with people than we let on. There's some extra thing that's happening. Things that we were all connected to each other. We don't really totally understand. And I think the idea that you can access information that's not local, I don't think that's that weird. I think that might be the merging aspect of human consciousness, or an aspect of human consciousness that's atrophied.
Or just an aspect of spirituality and all that. But there's also this aspect of being human and, like, if you have kids, I have a daughter, I have a son, and it's like when you're a parent, it kind of like makes you realize, like, wow, love that existed before, and you can kind of really help grow this next human and influence that. The human experience is something that you can make it as special in this aspect of us being able to have the little quantum breadcrumbs is what I like to call them, like, talking about something, or something happens and you're like, ask right path and doing what you're supposed to do, this bigger picture.
Yeah, well, it's a good way to learn. It's like a good strategy. I wonder, like, why some people seem to have like the idea of it being an emerging aspect of things, and things that are going to have higher or a weirdo, like an instant. I always wonder if is it that, or is it that we used to have that before language? That's all we had.
I think that before tech really evolved, there was a bigger aspect of spirituality. People say, like, oh, someone has a really bad energy into that. But I think that and it's really happened, I think, in the last, like, 40 years, where people are kind of forgetting that. But when you actually go back to, like, for example, the Ethiopian Orthodox text and all this, there's a aspect of spirituality that I think has been removed. I think it's actually taken away our ability to really value human life, and I think that that spiritual thing will move for life in that aspect.
Yeah, Yeah, no, that's definitely that's unfortunate. There's a and those are the type of people that always want to be
They're the worst type.
that's
I actually had a really great conversation. So, like, the way I'll describe Congress is you ever have like a job where 80% of it, 90% of it, like the 10% is like really cool, and it makes up for that like 80, 90% that you're just like, yeah, that aspect of I think really exists in politics if you like don't actually care. And I had a meeting recently where I was with two other members of Congress that were helping me with the JFK investigation. And we actually met for the first time since 1990 with the ambassador to the Russian government. So the JFK assassination independent investigation actually even at Kennedy's funeral to U.S. officials. We never got this documented. It's my belief that the CIA. JFK was actually in talks with them. In his perspective, is if he actually wanted to do a joint mission. And there were aspects in Cuba they wanted to war with Russia. So for them to be able to sympathize or how JFK talked with these dirty communists, I mean, that in itself would have given them any ammunition to turn a blind eye or at least not figure out who Kennedy. But I bring that up to say that anytime you have peace and trade, it's got backtrack meeting with government officials in Romania and Moldova, and it didn't matter if an actual member of the Moldova government was a communist, like an outward communist. It didn't matter what everyone wanted peace, and the countries that had the shittiest economies, excuse my language, they were the ones that were advocating for war, which is obviously would advocate for that. But it just goes to show that the people going through it, the people that are living it, that are directly impacted, don't war. And so, in even just having this conversation, administration ago, maybe two administrations had that conversation, but to be able to develop that dialogue, the end result of that meeting was they agreed to release their onto JFK. So obviously at the same time, when I was talking to the ambassador, he's actually a history buff too, and so he had actually said that the Russian government, when Oswald was actually in Russia, he tried to go hunting when he was out there, and they were observing him. So they're like, well, then he shows up to the Russian embassy in Mexico City with like, look at them, like what's going on? And then we find out simultaneously as this is all happening that the CIA, kudos to Director Radcliffe, had actually released George Jones was actually a version of James Bond, but more corrupt. And observing Oswald, he had like Congress, this was all in his file. He was then the investigations, all their investigations was later awarded something from the CIA. So the CIA admitting that they lied to Congress, covered up the assassination, or covered up the investigations from the Warren Commission, people that had been subject to the Warren Commission's investigation, saying that the Warren Commission engaged in they omitted evidence, the single bullet theory never exists, it's not a lone gunman. People ask, well, that you'll ever get the name of who killed him. No, because I don't think the CIA was like kill JFK on this date. You suspect there was evidence of
Well, there have been multiple shooters. There's injuries, but one of them was in the front of his neck.
We had testimony to that.
Yeah.
And actually, we're watching the task force. We had left-leaning news outlets that were trying to launching a conspiracy task force, and they had to truth weeks ago. You can Google this.
What is it about people who don't want to believe that some conspiracies are real? Comfort thing is it you think you're gonna erode trust in the government? Is it you just have such a always been Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone? That's what happened. Because of that, anything that challenged
specifically to JFK for decades, the intelligence agencies were influencing what the print and press was doing.
100%. Rivera, you know, film on the Geraldo Rivera show, and you got to the left.
Yeah, and the
Which
direction.
he got shot from the front. I think he got shot multiple times. Different directions, and I don't think necessarily have a secure rest. If your rifle's sighted in, and they said his scope was off, but that doesn't mean shit. So you just drop your scope and it's off. Like all you have to do is take your rifle off of that ledge, drop it on the ground, and now that scope is off. You never drop your gun like that. You do. You cannot.
Well, there's multiple problems of the warrant.
Yes. Finish. Let me finish.
First, I have some real great to have you. I'm really pleased because there's actually several people here, and I'll tell you what. Maybe I'll tell you the other three later in this lecture because it's so nice. So it goes like this. There's a very, very many years working for the best of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well respected and honored by his. It's known that he's very, very particular about all the folks. Very careful with his book. So he goes up and he sees that they prepared a beautiful hot dog or whatever. But also, beautiful things like this. And so he says, this is so wonderful. Something like this, and he goes to one of the other rabbis. Okay. So that's I have to work on this. I got a little chuckle that I will do later. I hope all you all have a chance to check the flyer. Actually, has not received it. Okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There's at least one typo. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. My evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 1926. We will correct it appropriately. Going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start by March 12th. When, because of this time of tomorrow, it will interfere. So go back. changed.
continue to be, but I'm not trying to do this for like the
Ancient
next 10
period is
years.
not
So
my
for someone like
personal
me,
research
people are like,
strength.
oh,
Most of
initially
the
prepared
historians has been in the early modern,
and then it's
from
coming out
the
in
16th century
transparency.
onward, more of what we're talking about.
This one, President Biden, he actually did
A lot of
declassify
people
JFK
probably have never heard about this. But they're very exemplary of important parts of for example, we're going to talk on January 22nd about COVID. Anyone here has heard of COVID?
They were until recently. And what's
Mr. White?
the genetic community, because mind you, I've been Bernie Sanders, Democrat healthy means like we're not playing for like 30 years.
Essentially, for women, life cycle issues, domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of of course, videos online and things like that. So if you participate in that, I don't have your email. Please send the address that's listed at the bottom of the page. That's the website. Sign up right there. And I'll make sure that you receive event site notices as they go out. I think that's announcements. Any other good welfare? No, I don't think so. First of all, we're grateful as always to come bring this up. So, we're once again, we're grateful to the Young Israel for providing the space to discuss history and discuss turning points and turning personages in our past. And we are Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. There's Rodriguez. I'm not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, go train to support the synagogue for all the good they do. Here, because your presence is ownership more than enough. We got okay, go directly without further ado to our topic tonight. Now, commodities, clinical minds of the high Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his when he was ready to sort of associate students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious exile in his but he was certainly not in old age. He landed and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which when he arrived only had two permanent Jewish residents. Israel today in many ways. The arc of his life, which begins as a that is still being mined today. After being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved the greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Mammon. Maimonides, the Latin son of and he's known to followers of his thought, in particular as the Rabbbi. There's an N at the end of the name for Moshe ben Nachman. To distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman. It's not only the Rabbin as opposed to the Rabbah, the accent. One of the couple sentences, both the yeshiva and translated French there. Rabbah is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rabbah, and Rabbah is pronounced second syllable. Was intellectually a critic of my and did not hesitate to help serious rather blistering critic the Maimonides wants to defender of Maimonides as king after his first cousin who made him go something to them or but I'm jumping ahead of the life there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence that like many rabbis of the era, Maimonides do not have like an extensive literature writing from the Ramban on various medical practices. Early life as a rabbinic historic
this guy
in
has what's up,
several different
testify.
avenues of Jewish thought. In many ways, in our case, the originator of disciplines or subdisciplines within Jewish thought.
For sure.
First of all,
You're
he
dealing
was
with
a
some
halakha. Codified Jewish law. Understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish to discuss what it is that
reverse space and time.
who's fighting me anyway.
Universities that has some
Halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not Jewish law is statutory in nature or common. I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedent. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardics do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you get into a different part of the world where people say we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, well, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right? So do you want to comment on, am I defining these correctly?
Typical under an illegal analysis, statutory usually has to do with things common law developed in England, but it really doesn't exist right here.
Okay, good. So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I'm not going to read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have as textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago, I believe it was early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then you'll from Canada, you say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinion. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously, and with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate, and engaging in this debate, is considered a religious act. Study this itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many issues never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the way. So this is fascinating. It's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couples, are they allowed to marry or not? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halakha, the way, transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of situation. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right, the transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Rabbbi. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Al-Fasi, or the Rif, as he's known, who actually took the Talmud and edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading thinking of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line is the law, but he said, hey, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Joseph Kabir, who wrote in Yaakov. The Talmudic was very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored, and so he created a separate Talmud called Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, philosophical material, the recipes, in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet, and it took break everything out and no problem taking laws which are meant to one part of Talmud and gather over another part of Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale. Shows a tremendous amount of all of this information, all of this discussion, and this like open source code for a sudden it was being like hammered into one reform. It was like Apple. Linux was not on the same. People could just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. So there's and in this area, there were two agents, the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthodox, very interested in what law, towards law, even if it meant spend less time in the Talmud and more time in the code. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides, and in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So, what Maimonides Ramban represents is he had broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafos, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value. At the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave, and so they also go some of their arguments, not quite as much as Maimonides, towards the final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Maimonides did primarily within the halakhic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study of Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, yeah. Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collection of works, well, there was, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained or manuscripts of the 20th century, but the critical edition that circulated today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death.
But that's
in
what I'm saying.
Judaism. Very, very profound idea. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractate. So all of these things contributed towards his reputation as famous. Without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set of 2 full volumes. Double column page, little footnotes at the bottom. And certainly, his commentary is pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. In fact, that's with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Torah, which is studied for other reasons. If one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated in English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition of the library right now that has tremendous popular, highly recommended students. The difference, major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, most of us out here, this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and a lot of opaque passages, a lot of difficult passages, and we have them. Thank you very much. This is like my lecture assistant, Rick Morris, okay? This is a translation from the Art Scroll. The translator is, translated it, Rabbi Yaakov Weinberg.
Really the precursor civilization that
Either Blinder, but I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban itself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, the main point is he wants the unity of the written Torah and oral Torah. It's a very basic idea of Judaism that we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary for the Torah. You really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is that 100 odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like evil, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Very big rabbis have gotten into a lot of trouble logically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm going Ramban, I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of a modern commentator that we're trying to hold our hands to the text, having essentially small essay theme in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us to a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various approaches to the text and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their levity, that they say yeshiva used to say, beware of a long or a short post. Because if writing something, it means that's a lot of difficulty. And post on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if post is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban answers like Toso, takes up much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedious, but really discussing ideas to the fullest. Whereas Rashi will only offer little hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical issues. Yes. No, Hebrew. Rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban quoted Aramaic. Well, I'm going to discuss this. There's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend. Think of the Spanish thought. And although the Ramban was very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there's no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. Passages here and there that are sort of writing for Kabbalah really created a major interest and activity for medieval Jews. As I mentioned a little earlier, he got caught up in Maimonidean controversy, which was not over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law of the Torah. It's also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it many times. Like, for example, when the
I think in Genesis that the stars spread out.
angels appeared to
It's
Abraham.
well, a star, if it's not, what do they mean by stars spread out? It's not actually those two stars.
Talking donkey, yes, that's one of the more difficult passages.
Now, I'm not saying like,
I don't recall
this
a
is kind of
Ramban
interesting
with the
because I have this
Rambam
aspect
stress on that,
of my
but
task force.
one passage I remember
But then
offhand,
I
but I
have,
don't think
my
it's one that
personal
Nachmanides
beliefs
responded to.
and, my
If you
religious beliefs.
read
What I'm
the
telling you
book
is
of
that
Samuel
in my position officially,
chapter
I've
28,
seen
it's a
men
very difficult
pervert information
passage
to get what
where
they want. So it's
Shaul,
not
the king,
unlikely
worried
that an
about
entire,
his
very
fate in the
secret,
war
very
with the
truthful text was
Philistines.
omitted
There was going
in
to be
an
a big
effort
battle
to
the
control
next
population
day.
and to
He went
insert
to the
yourself as
witch
being
of
an
Endor.
relationship.
He had already been in Israel, but apparently this would. It's very clear when you read the text, it's straightforward. Convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead.
Exactly.
And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. And Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Oh, you talk to me in person. Hey, you're going to die. But, so, the majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. Say, yeah, there's this witness, she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, you can't hear, you can't see. But Maimonides says it's not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk, things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rational. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy, and even though Maimonides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained by his beliefs. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain. Perhaps in the way we study concept, he did not disuse the faith of Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire in the Louvre. Now, So moving on towards
Well, so
another
I
more
actually,
dramatic
when
period
I was in my early
of time in
20s,
his
actually
life
went
is
to Egypt
the
to see the
disputation of
Megalithic structures there, and then I went to Turkey to see the Sumerian
Was it only last week we
inscriptions
talked
and
about
carvings of what they thought
Nicholas
this
Burgers? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a it was a period when
How are you, Ray?
oh my god.
What's new?
Oh my god.
What happened?
Oh my god. What do you think is gonna happen?
You're gonna lose your fucking kid's future gambling on bullshit?
No, I pulled money out this time.
Okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, okay, motherfucker.
All right, how much you losing?
So I'll believe it when I see it. I said, okay, motherfucker, look at my camera now. Fucking.
I'm looking at it. Okay, last spoke, you were down $3,000 on one of the sites. You couldn't even count on the other site. So overall, that money is still lost.
You know where this came from?
You pick up night shift as a hooker.
No, this is from work, you fuckhead.
Oh, okay, so you're working to just shred it.
No, this is for rent.
All right. Are you gonna gamble?
A little.
Why don't you play Grand Theft Auto at the casino there?
Bro, but I'm gonna live. If you want to come watch her, I'm gonna send it to you on which account?
Dude.
Gambling Schools with a Z.
Oh, okay.
Very original. Pull it up. I'm gonna be live in like 2 minutes.
Dog, I'm already on it. I'm waiting for you.
All right, bro. You'll be my biggest #1 fan and supporter.
Always have been, always will be. You have
Love
1.4.
Love that.
Dog, you have 1.4 thousand followers. Why don't you create a bot to just give you followers?
That's what that is. All right, I gotta go. I'm gonna go live. Okay.
Okie dokie. Yo, Zoot, how are you? Zoot, how you living, pimp?
I'm good.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to come on someone's face.
Calm the fuck down, son. The only person's face you're gonna come on is your own. Dog, you know you've never beaten me in this game. You have an invitation. Should you choose to accept it, you'd be a G. Should you choose? Are you gonna do what you always do? Is come in here and say that your phone's on 2% and then leave?
Yep, it's on 46%.
Oh, okay. We'll charge it.
46% will last at least 40 minutes.
Dog, just charge your phone.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. What's up, big dog? Dog, are you gonna talk or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I'm here.
What a shot.
I don't think any mental illness exists. I think other people just take time to learn things than other people.
Okay. Dog, I am playing
Now,
so fucking well.
some people take longer to learn things. I'm not saying that mental illness doesn't exist. I've seen people with schizophrenia that you can't convince me that someone with schizophrenia is but saying that you can help that person get better. And all that person has to do is acknowledge the fact that the things
Dude, do you feel as if you live in your own mental health padded room?
yeah, they're trying to tell me have all these things, and it's just like, are you trying to make money off me, or are you actually telling me that I have these things?
Right. I've never known anyone to talk about mental health as much as you do. Like, not even 1/10 as much as you do. You're obsessed with it. You're absolutely obsessed
Okay,
with it.
I know this guy with schizophrenia, and like I know that he doesn't really believe the things that are going on in his head because he's medicated.
Okay, big dog. Dude, why don't you think you've ever beaten me at this game? Is it that you're bad at the angles? Why do you think you suck so much dick at the angles? Dog, are you seeing this performance? Dog,
Yep.
are you ready for this? You need to get 8 in. No way that goes in. No way that goes in, son.
So Rabbi, this guy, and he will have a conversation with him. Be normal, and halfway through your conversation, he'll start like speaking like mumbling, speaking like in a squeaky voice, and start laughing in a different language. And he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm talking to my friends telepathically," and then there'll be this like different language they're talking.
All right, Doug, that shit's wild. How did you meet this person?
At the station, like,
What's a Sisha lounge?
hookah.
Did you smoke hookah today?
No.
You were 3 yesterday.
Cool. Well, this is my 4th day.
Proud of yourself?
If I can get for 2 weeks, I'll be happy.
There you go. Why are you choosing to quit?
Waste money.
Do you do it inside or outside?
Outside.
Are you going to win here?
Yeah.
Dog, you're not even going to come close to winning.
Outside.
Where's that?
I don't want to talk about it because then I'll start thinking about it.
Okay, that's fair. How's your girl? Is she still number 10?
Yep.
Are you proud of her?
She needs to do more. She needs to put in more effort. She needs to think of a way to up the publicity and get her name back in the media.
Dude.
Otherwise, people are just going to forget about it.
She'll never be forgotten, dog.
You don't think she'll ever be forgotten?
She's like Roger Bannister, the man who broke the 4-minute mile, the 1,000 penis record.
Oh, that was a really bad move that I made.
What do you want me to do about it, son?
Actually, I think that was also a really bad move that I made. I forgot about the 3-point damage.
5-point damage, dog.
5-point damage. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can heal myself.
Are you proud of yourself?
I feel like that was an okay move, but you're going to do a lot of damage to me. You can do a lot of damage to me here. Like, you can do a lot of damage to me here.
No, I can't. Oh, extra move. Plus a heal. Dog. That was fortunate. What are your thoughts? Son, by 25 points. What are you going to do?
Grab the bait.
Dog, I don't have any good moves. Dog, did you know that I just evolved?
Do you know that I have Tourette's? Because that is the most obvious thing that I've seen.
Yeah, dog, I know you got Tourette's. I wish I
I
could
know
help
you
you.
evolved, it was just obvious with the Tourette's.
I wish I could
I
help
wish
you
I
with
didn't
that.
have Tourette's.
I wish the same, Zoot.
I feel like my quality in life would improve if I didn't have Tourette's.
I'm in agreement with you, especially in interpersonal relationships.
Oh fuck! I don't know if I can have a girlfriend with the Tourette's that I have.
I mean, haven't you already?
That was, she didn't. She didn't. She didn't stay over.
Didn't you say you had a girlfriend of like 2 years? The girl with whom you went to go see Wicked in November?
No, 2-3 months.
I thought it was longer than that, son.
No, 2 or 3 months.
Did you munch your box? No?
No,
Why not?
just I don't know.
You don't know what? You don't know why you didn't munch that box? Eat that peach? Why not?
Alright. It's because you didn't want to.
Okay, that's respectable.
She didn't like being touched.
Okay, what was her deal? She just like fucking, or you didn't even have sex with her?
I think she had some trauma.
Oh, so you guys didn't even have sex?
No.
Oh. Well, then was she really your girlfriend?
She did give me a hand job.
I mean, come on, it's like a bare minimum.
When I go. You think I have ready.
Zoot, slap
You ready
yourself.
for the greatest?
Zoot, slap yourself. That was a bad
Ready?
one. Zoot, slap yourself. That was a bad one.
Are you ready for the greatest movie you've ever seen?
Yes, sir.
You know why this is the greatest movie you've ever seen?
Did you slap yourself?
I fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
No, I really fucked up. Or did I? Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
that might have been the greatest move I could have pulled off. But until that happened. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I was playing so well
Extra move. What an amazing extra move. You're up, pimp. Did you know that? Dude, did you know it's your turn? Dude, are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? Dog, look at this evolution, son. Dude, what are you gonna do? Dude, are you proud of that move? This is gonna be big, Zoot. You're done. It's over for you, baby. This was fun. No, you're not, Zoot.
That was my turn.
I know.
I mean, what-
Zoot, you're up, pimp.
Okay.
You have a chance at winning. I'm gonna make this amazing.
You ready to Oh,
Yeah, dog, you're done.
what? Rabbi,
What's up, pimp?
how come we're in the show?
But you didn't.
150, 650. Let's go again.
Do you want to go again, son?
Dungeons and Dragons.
All right. Big dog. Big dog.
I played Dungeons and Dragons.
Did you like it?
No.
Why not?
Too many autistic people there.
Oh, you like played it in real life?
Yeah. I don't get along with autistic people.
Why is that? Why is that, Zoot?
Um, because I have different opinions.
Okay, did you know that I have an opinion and it should be that you should accept the invitation that I've sent you? Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation, dog. Zoot, you just lost.
We're playing Dungeon Tales.
We're playing Moncala first.
Then, Rabbi, I tried to find you on. I tried to find where you talked to Chop to find it.
I didn't talk to her on stream. I never said I did. I said
Oh, she wasn't streaming when you talked to her?
I don't know. We DM'd each other.
Oh, you DM'd each other. You didn't message. You didn't do a voice chat.
No.
Does she want to do a voice chat?
I don't know why.
She said.
Quit spamming kick and creating clip. And so I told her how she can stop it.
And did she listen?
She shouldn't have to do what I should do.
Why did everyone on 2K you?
Because I spam them and I create clips on them.
Why do you do it?
Self-promotion.
I thought you were banned up there.
I am.
Oh, banned from streaming.
Word, dog.
Can't you just create a new account?
They know who I am, though, so they ban me if they see me.
So if I come to pick right now and say hello, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, you'll get banned.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
That's all right. Who won? Who won? Oh, it's not
Good
over.
idea.
Dog.
That might have been the worst movie you could have made.
It was the only thing I could do.
100%. Just lost.
Zoot, you did really well, dude.
I doubled your score.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, son?
Not lose. attention.
A year.
Really matter. I don't feel like before you go into the test. And then the second thing, is if you're not ADHD more than I want to fucking do an IQ test.
Are you played?
Played them. Just don't.
That game requires.
No, let's play it. I don't feel like the game sucks. What are we doing?
Drums of War.
Drums of War? Easy. Now, who are you picking?
Wizard, because I'm a pimp. Orcs are preparing for battle.
We already played this one.
I'll spot you. No, here. The sentry snarl. Okay. The wizard begins a charm incantation. I'm
Great shot.
gonna do the Rabbi use lightning.
Kill it.
Yeah,
Kill it.
because I'm a pimp. The gathered orcs roar as their sentry falls. Warrior Hrock follows you. Want to talk? Must pass test. He gestures in the bed.
Show off.
Show off.
Show off. We're gonna kill him.
I got a 9. You got a 19.
Oh yeah. We're gonna fuck him up. But
Group vote. Fight. You challenge orc warriors. The party. Okay, wicking grass.
oh,
Zoom.
fuck.
Miss the attack.
I think you did much better.
No, I didn't.
Oh fuck. nearly dead.
Baby, I'm good. I'm gonna use paralyzed on this mother. You're right, I am nearly dead.
Alright, here, dude.
Thanks, baby. That's up.
Oh, you're done.
Alright, what do you want me to do about it?
Not done.
I mean, I tried.
Oh, fuck. That's not good.
Dude, are you done?
I'm tired. Okay. We suck at that. On True's Warrior.
No, the game sucks.
It doesn't suck.
Because you have to read so much. I want to see you beat me in
But I
battles.
agree.
I wanted to see. Dude, where are you? Why are you?
No. You like? Wait.
Pinch yourself.
Things?
I liked the first season, some of it, but it got weird in the last season, and it just takes so long for it to.
Lost?
It takes so long for it to come out that like the kids are already grown. I don't. That show took way too
Your
long.
kids are already grown.
Dude, Millie Bobby Brown just adopted a child yesterday, and she like plays a child. Welcome.
So you're saying it's not believable that this was...
Second to last time.
There is a character in Stranger Things that's meant to be 17 that's like 31 now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Miss Aquarius, have you ever seen Stranger Things?
No, I heard of it.
Or maybe he's 18 the show, but yeah, way too old to be playing that character.
I do like the set
Right.
and the environment and such, and the theme song. But I don't like that it's like not realistic.
It came out in 2017. Now it's 2025.
It came
The
out.
last season.
It came out in 2016.
Did it?
Yep.
So 9 years.
Word dog.
It's 2017.
Nope. 2016. Look it
Dude,
up.
what in the world?
Look it up, Zoot.
Come on,
I
dude.
got distracted.
Look it up, Zoot.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's 2016.
What did I say?
So it's nearly a 10-year-old show.
Word, dog.
I mean, it would have been filmed in 2016 as well. So they've been on the set for 10 years.
Dude, come on.
Zoot. Zoot, come on. We asked nothing of you except to just.
They just got distracted again.
Zoot, what happened to you?
You made me look up when Stranger Things was made.
I mean, I didn't. I told you when it was made. You're the one who said I need to look it up.
9 years. 9 years ago, Stranger Things was made.
All right. And like I said, nobody believes that those people are teenagers anymore.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on. There you go. Good spare.
Good spare.
All right.
No one believes that.
Now this is a tough shot.
I think Boy Brown's like 22 now. 21. I don't know. Yeah, probably 22. It's your born 20.
Oh, get that last one. That's all right.
Come on, dude.
Well, yes. That was awful.
So,
Come on, Rilla. Oh, he gone.
I need this. And I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he like losing. But he's not losing, he's winning.
That's
He's
right.
a winner.
Did he leave?
Yep.
On?
It's just me, you, I, and more.
What up? How are you? That's the best way to start.
Come on.
I tried. Get it, girl. Get it. Nice spare.
Yeah. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Get it.
Not what we wanted. Get this. Wow.
Oh, that.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You can get this. Get it.
Come on, come on. You gotta get this.
Get it. And you got a spare? No one's touching you, girl.
Ah,
Get this. Just get it. All right. I
come
need.
on, Rabbi. You gotta get this. Gotta get something.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get a spare here. No doubt.
Okay, that's fine.
God. Oh, no. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, get it. All right, here we go.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
That's the only way I could have caught you.
Get that one.
No. You win, I win, I win, you win. Yo, how are you? How's your day going?
Let's try this again.
Hey, how are you?
Rabbi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you? Can you hear me? I can hear me. I thought I heard something. If you tried to talk, try it again.
Assistant?
Oh, there we go.
Can you just go away? Okay, fantastic. So basically, I need your assistance on something we spoke about many, many months ago, where you used to go into X spaces and you used to have a little video in that thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had X spaces going live, and you were able to insert a video. How did you
iPhone's the only way. Unless they change something on Android, and we can walk you through it. Before you start the space, there's a little toggle that says show video, but it's only available on iOS devices.
Okay, so I ended that space with record space and allow incognito.
Yeah, so it would be right below record space.
It should be, but it is not. Is there any type of emulator I could like to be able to do that in Android?
Not on Android. You would need a Mac uh, computer.
Okay, so I
Uh, yeah, I mean, if you want to be able to on Twitter, the best advice I would have is to buy like $100 iPhone, and then you'll be able to do it.
is there any cheaper ways of doing the iPhone
You can buy a used one,
or anything?
like people.
Yeah, like is there any type of like free iPhone things, or do I need to go talk to the Hindus?
I don't know.
Usually, if they find what they know, the free stuff.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who knows about free iPhones. If you're on,
Okay,
if
I
you're
need to make peace with this guy that used to come to my spaces all the time.
if you
This crypto.
if you receive benefits in the United States, there's a way that they can give you a free iPhone.
Still do the lifetime program?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a brilliant idea, Rabbi, and that's I'm gonna check in on you all the time. I'm sorry if I interrupted anything. You guys sounded like you were having trivia or something.
They have some kind of deal. I don't know. I don't have, but I've heard that I think it's a free iPhone. iPhone X, or I mean, it's not like I think you get one per year or one per 2 years. So what you do is you go to one of your benefits information, um, and then they give you a list of devices that you can get. And from what I heard, they offer about 5 different Android phones, and usually they offer iOS phone, and so you can get an iPhone that way.
That is fantastic as of August 2022, or 22nd, and provides discounts for free phone, internet for low income, the ACP, blah blah blah, June 1st. Okay, but the affordable, okay, the ACP is the thing that ended, but Lifeline still exists. Okay, so it's a discount up to $9.25 or $34.25 for tribal lands, low income, basic program. Okay, if you get any kind of income that they need, and here's all of the different Lifeline that you do, and okay, Air Talk Wireless has offered iPhones. Okay, I'm gonna go through each one of these, and I appreciate you so much, Rabbi. How have you been doing?
I'm lovely, thank you. Are they? Is that program? Do you have to pay for it at all?
Looks like it's well, Brock is suggesting that Air Talk Wireless has offered iPhones such as like 7 Plus to customers who qualify for the benefits. Sometimes with a small one-time copay of like $20.
Yeah, something like that.
Assurance Wireless provides free phones with talk data to T-Mobile. I didn't know they were T-Mobile, but it might be specific models to iPhone. Is there a certain time period in which you think iPhones? I can ask Rob. You probably don't know because they make so many. Like which iPhones would be compatible with the option for X? You know what I mean? The X-based thing.
Yeah.
It's all of the models could work, but it's like will the older ones do it too, maybe?
Yeah.
I'll give you there.
Yeah. No, I know. You don't publish this information very well. They don't say.
Yeah, I know.
iPhone 11 and up or whatever, have this ability. But to my knowledge, I'm on an iPhone 8 actually, and it works. So if an iPhone 8 works, and that's like an 8-year-old phone, then anything should work.
Yeah, it is. Okay, dude.
I know, but
you should upgrade.
It's not my main phone. It's just some backup phone that I have. I don't need to update. I have a much more recent iPhone. Just some old phone that I have that I keep in a space 24 hours. Why would I want to update it if it works?
Yeah, I know. I have like 6 phones that I've run videos on that are old Androids too. But like, I understand. You just keep a hold of them unless you trade them in for something, right?
Yeah.
I get how it works.
I don't really even trade.
I
don't really even trade them in. I keep them for just this
and half the
purpose.
time you're not going to get much anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I keep them just for this purpose. When they become outdated, I just use them as just like to stream video.
Okay.
So
is there anything new with you? Is there any good news?
Nothing too big.
In your life or anything?
No. I would say if I were you, I would go on what was it? AirTalk Wireless,
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 drops just gave me. Do
Okay.
you want me to send you the linky?
No, I'm not eligible, but
Okay, because you're not interested, you're just trying to help me. I get it.
exactly. But just see how much they are.
Absolutely, I'm gonna do that. I'm finally doing that fundraiser.
Okay, remind me what
I'm
fundraiser?
probably do I'm moving again, and
Yeah. So last
um,
we spoke, thing didn't work out with the person, which is fine. Um,
yeah, but I heard that someone's sitting in my room, so that might work out.
you have someone in your room right now,
Maybe. Yeah.
like in person.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I met them on Facebook.
Oh, that's great. So did you go move to them?
No, I'm not gonna probably live with them right now. They got their own situation. But I've made a friend down here at least, and they haven't murdered or raped me.
Well, that's good. We appreciate
So
that.
that's good, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I know, right? So
Excellent.
they're decent people.
Excellent. And how long have you known them?
How long have you known each other? A few days.
Okay.
But I spent all day on like the phone with them. You know how I do that, right?
Okay. Excellent. Well,
I spend all day on the phone with somebody. I know their whole life story and stuff.
that's.
He was only like 17 minutes away from me.
Oh, wow. That's really great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So right now, like I'm raising for some money for some funds, and then I'm gonna relocate, and then I'm gonna work with ICE, which is like a $50,000 sign-on bonus, and I might be able to do my RD that way.
Okay. Well, do whatever makes you happy.
Yeah. Right. So are you gonna just keep streaming like forever?
That's my plan.
You're never gonna stop?
I ain't ever gonna stop.
So I'm not suggesting you should. It's just like I don't know. Like I think about it sometimes. Like I should check to see if he's still doing it. Because you know when people say like this is gonna be forever thing, but they never mean it.
I mean, I've been doing it longer than anybody.
So have you found?
And boy,
Yeah, that's right. Because you're gonna be able to see how long it takes for you to go viral, and if I can help you in that mission,
I just don't need any assistance. I got my robots that are promoting me, which wasn't working. It was working. It was working too well. Blue Sky really upped their game. Shout out to them, and they just made it really difficult for me. Um, like whenever you put my name into their system as a username, or like just
yeah, Rabbi Rothschild, yeah.
it banned your account no matter what.
Okay.
So
So they definitely everything is set up with you.
yeah, exactly. But
Like,
but I
okay.
with Kick, I've done
There's expo and you're streaming, so that's good.
yeah. I don't promote myself on, but again, they're moderating. But Kick is one that and their moderators have not caught up with me. And
Is there any type of like monetization on Kick?
yeah, they're
That's good.
making $16 an hour.
On Kick, they're making $16 an hour.
Yeah, they pay you.
Doing what? Just like game streaming, or what are they doing?
Anything. If you
Okay, so you say anything, you mean like OnlyFans, anything?
no. I mean, you could literally just sit there and stare at the camera. No, you can't make it on, or even like even like overly sexually explicit on Kick. But they have a program that's called Kick Partner, where they pay
Okay.
$16 an hour for you to stream, and then you also get subscriptions in there, and those pay out really well, and it's probably the most lucrative platform to stream because no other pays you hourly. They'll pay you for the amount of viewers you get, or the amount of clicks you get, or the amount of exactly. So this is a program, and I have friends of mine bought cars on it using what they make. I know one guy who bought 2 cars recently, and all he does is he loves it. He gets up, have to. He's excited to do it, but he's always streaming by about 6:30 in the morning, and he streams for like 8 hours at a minimum. He doesn't have to though. He can stream as long as he wants, but he really likes it. I mean, he likes to go fishing, so he'll just go and film himself going to getting his bait and his fishing wire and his lures or fishing
Movies and all that, and he gets paid.
exactly. And then even just him driving in the car.
Do you know whether or not Kick, like if you have a Kick affiliate program for the partner program, does that is that a conflict of interest for Twitch and YouTube?
Yeah,
Or
so
can we do all of them again?
it used to be, but they changed their program. So they previously said you could, if you're going to do Kick Partner, you can only do Kick Partner, and you can't multi-stream. And they'll pay you $16 an hour. But an hour, and you can multi-stream. But then you can. So if you do Kick
So
alone and Rumble and all the other ones, then it's up to $8 an hour. Not a lot,
okay.
not a lot, but get a few cents every streams or so. And if you do it enough, it
Oh, they only pay you through Stripe. What's Stripe? Wasn't Stripe the thing in Russia?
Or Rabbi and live again.
Okay, what happened to you, Retro Rave?
I put my kid to bed.
Oh, okay. I'll check you out when I have a moment. Thanks for letting me know.
Hi. Welcome.
No, he's not being rude. He's doing a live stream, so he was just telling me that he was doing that.
Oh, okay.
He's got
You're helping multiple people do bunches of stuff.
word. So with the Rumble program, they pay right from the get-go. It's not a lot of money though, unless you have a lot of people watching you. Then it can be a lot. And the thing that I really like about Rumble is their content or their videos are saved indefinitely, meaning like it's like YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, which don't save longer than 30 days. And that means you can make money on the videos that you published from years ago. And so all that income
Oh,
combined.
okay. So it's retroactive.
Yeah, I would say you could call it that. I mean, it's basically,
Well, that's Rumble.
yeah, that's Rumble.
The toxicity on Kick and Rumble, is it like a cesspool?
I mean, it's
What's
whatever
that
you.
nation like? Are you on
It's
both?
it's what. Yeah, I'm on everything. It's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, I know.
I can tell you this: Kick and Twitch are basically exactly the same. And so the people who say that Kick is a cesspool, I feel, are just a lot of what happens. I mean, Amazon owns the Washington Post, and it has a lot of media influence, and it owns Twitch, and so they don't want a competitor, so they say that it's a cesspool. Their affiliates to say that it's a cesspool. It's not the same people. It's literally like they have their Twitch going, they have their Kick going, and they just manage two different chats. It's not like, oh, Kick is naked people and people hurting other people. No, it's they have some deep pockets. A lot of times poaches the people from Twitch to be on there, so they get like once somebody's a big Twitch streamer, they poach them. Do you know who Mr. Beast is?
Mr. B.
I mean, he just no,
His YouTube veteran, he wanted to run for president.
he has a charity called Team Water, and they raise water. They raise funds for water around the world, and he's a Kick streamer now. So I mean, they're very mainstream, um, and the difference in the two platforms is if you're on Twitch, it's going to be very hard to get found. It's going to be difficult to get found on Kick too, but there's just
Like do good deeds.
no.
Like what would
Right? Frankly, I know somebody. He's from
like like in China?
he's from India, and just like last weekend, they raised $12 million the whole stream. Now he'll talk about you, but he'll just word. So what does he do? He is trying to say the phrase "team water," which is kind of a hard times. And so he is at like 400,000 right now. And so every day he just comes in and for like 8 hours he'll just say team water, team water, team water, team water, team water, team water, and he has a little counter. And then the people on Kick see him and do that, and they know that that helps promote their platform, and they raise him to the front page. Then he gets like basically free. Could you do in the same way that that guy just says team water? I know it's a lot of work, but you just go on there, you team water, whatever charity you want to boost, Kick will see that, and then they put you on what's called the front page, and then you get hundreds of viewers and follow your chat and chat with you or whatever. And you don't have to just keep saying the same word, but they'll like that's kind of one of the reasons why they promote you is because it's like who in their right mind would say a phrase a million times, but it helps their charity and it helps recognition, so that's why they do it. I'm not saying that that's what you need to do. Really, the big thing would be uh, Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming out. I don't know if you play video games, whether you do or
The
don't.
last one because they didn't really have any updates.
No. The last biggest game franchise in global history, only behind Super Mario. So it was huge. It's a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and it launches May 26th, 2026. So that's like 250 days away or so, and um, it's going to be a revolution, and it's going to change everything that's going on within the video game industry. And so you can get started with that. And if there are a lot of ways. I mean, I know people who just there's like one lady. She's just like a mom, and she live herself taking care of her children and doing gardening and stuff. Then people are going to get associated with you. What hurts people is they'll do like a stream every. In psychology, it's known as mere exposure effect. Basically, the more that you see someone or see a symbol, the more familiarized you become with it. And the same is true with streaming. If you're just always streaming, you follow you. When you go live, they're going to check you out. They're going to say hi, and that's how you build a um, community. Now, that's all good to say that. That's great. But if you want to be a big time streamer, then you've got to know that everybody is botting themselves. So, like I said, it takes money to make money, and what that would consist of is you buying bots that watch your live streams. Because even if you're a really good streamer, it's hard to get more than 30 people watching you on a given platform. Keep people's attention, but um,
Right.
so that's why people bot themselves, and everybody bot themselves. I mean, everybody. There's a web.
People doing other projects in technology and innovation, a book type of thing, to where I can actually refer people to other places. You know what I mean? Like a little recruiting thing and do interviews on what they're working on and stuff. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I had a very good strategy of doing something similar. I did a podcast.
Right. I know you did it.
And,
yeah. That's
and
what you're trying to do, and that's why I come to you.
yeah.
So I can help you with that, right?
Well, so I don't want to be a podcaster. That's not my thing. I just wanted to see what it was like. And so Vogue magazine published, they had like this series where they would ask people 73 questions, and they're the same 73 questions that they ask everybody. And they'd ask, Charlize Theron and Pablo Pascal and famous people. 73 questions. They were like very low pressure questions. And so I took that question list, and then I would just go into people's chats. Hey, do you want to be on? And everybody wants to be on a podcast, you'll find. So they'll be like, yeah, sure. What is it? And you'll be like, okay, well, whatever time you want to. So like, we can do it right now if you want. And you'll get in a Discord call with them, and you just ask them the question I did. Now, in your case, where you would want to build this taxonomy thing, then you could do the same.
Right, yeah.
You could just say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? They'll be like, what's your podcast? You'll be like, it's the more retro podcast or whatever it is. They'll say, okay, where?
Yeah, I'm going to retire that.
Okay, that's fine.
It's spent. I'm going to retire it.
Okay, whatever your podcast is, whatever the name is.
Yeah.
And they'll see that it's a legitimate podcast. The thing with podcasting that's really nice is it's a very nice system where if you, at least with like Spotify, none of this costs money. You just create Spotify account for creator, and then you're able to distribute it, and it distributes everywhere. So it'll distribute on Spotify, on iHeartMedia, on Amazon, basically wherever podcasts are, Apple Music. So you don't have to do like individual podcasts or individual uploads. It just does it across the board for you. I found it to be very easy to literally just go into someone's chat as a random stranger, like, do you want to be on a rate? The people would be like, yeah, I'll do it, because they want the free promotion. So you can do that. Now, I've known people other ways, and I've actually been on podcasts this way. When I first started, I wanted to be on a podcast, but like I had just started my stream. I'd only been interviewed about it, so I went on an app called Fiverr, and for like $5, you'll anywhere from like $5 to $25, you can pay to be on podcasts as well. And those have been some of the best investments I've made. I find people find out about me from these podcasts that I did from years ago, because they're saved, and I would be like those kind of podcasters. I would say, hey, if you want to be on my podcast, we can do a free one. That's fine. But you could also charge people to be on your podcast, and people will happily pay for it. And that means you're going to bring in, $25, $50, $100 a podcast. It's just like 20 to 30 minutes of your day. It's not a lot. And then the only thing that you have to do is just have their podcast stored on your channel, which is another way to do it, and you can make money that way.
And because I have little time and I have my computer cord stations, and you try to be there for that. And but it's just like they're just a small circle. I wish everybody else.
Twitter Spaces is a small circle, and on it enough, you realize it's the same people on it. Okay, so you
change their names.
Yeah, or they get banned and they get a new account or whatever. I totally get that. Okay, so you understand very well what it's like when you're a live streamer when you first start off, because you do a lot of Twitter Spaces to no one, and that's how it is when you're streaming. Basically, like, it's sometimes you go a couple doing whatever you're doing. I mean, maybe it's not that long for you, but
do you know what I started doing?
What's that?
Do you know what I started doing? I started listening to other people on my phone, and then play another space from somebody else's.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I play somebody else's spaces at once, and so people see me, but I'm also like kind of listening to another, and then I start following people that I might like or in the future. But I'm not messaging people yet. You understand? Like, I'm just like I'll listen to other people's spaces and have it play in my right encouragement, but that doesn't exist in spaces yet, right?
Right. That's a good way.
It's not like it's monetized to be copyrighted.
Right. I get that.
Just listening to the space until somebody comes in.
Right.
That's why they're doing it.
Okay, that's great. But as you know, even still, sometimes there aren't people who come into your space, or it takes them a little while to come into your space, and that's kind of how it is with live streaming, where when you first start and you don't have anybody promoting you and you're new and you don't have a lot of followers, you'll just start your space or start your stream, and you'll just get random strangers who come in, and talk with you, and that's how they become your friends or following or whatever. Um, but if you can make it through that initial boredom of the stream, then you're gonna be able to start to grow it. And I mean, I even looked at myself Discord. I started it about a year organically, which is to use. It's kind of closed off to a lot of people. I'm asking people to social media jump, and also I don't promote. I don't send messages to join my Discord. I only send people on platforms because I don't want to get it banned. And the more and more you put out, then you get just random people who come in. You make friends throughout the world, and so it is rewarding. It's like an uphill climb, but if you're willing to take that climb and start it off, then you're gonna if you have the grind, you're gonna be successful. I've said it to you before. A major advantage of 10 times as many people interested in you, because you're rare.
I mean, I'm kind of rare, but at the same time, there's other females popping up trying to do similar things. I don't think they understand how they're even trying to do. You know what I mean? So there's a lot more girls hosts that are popping up in spaces that are addressing AI, but they're really stuck on the chat. Um, like girl power, pretty much. She does songs and things like that. So she like also mixes it with like her digital.
You're gonna have to the random.
Yeah. I do gamer group for her house. There's a boy in all these spaces, and I kind of wish I would have still pretended to be a boy. Because after I did the girl thing, all the conversations changed to relationships and everything else that I didn't really want to care about. But it was good because now we can start talking about AIs and self-story, self-love, and kind of like artificial moves anyway. So I just kind of circled it back. Anyway, have you seen what they're doing with the artificial moves with the robot?
Yep, they should be rolling that out next year.
Awesome? There's their deadline, but they'll probably have it by like early 27. You know what I mean? How they work. It's only $13,000. Can you help me get rich?
I'm trying to tell you how to do it.
I know you are, and I'm going to start following your instructions because, like, you fell off now, right? Your budget in order.
Yeah, I mean, I'm able to live within a budget and take care of my daily needs. Can I travel the world yet? No, but I'm which I need.
When you start traveling, you're gonna live stream, right? So Starlink.
Yeah. Hopefully there'll be something even better than that by then. Or well, Starlink has its benefits, but it also has drawbacks. One of the major ones is you can't use it inside. So I would want something that I could use and not have to like set something up every time I go inside. So I'd work on that. But ideally, I would use something like
RV Mobile they have mobile for like RVs and stuff where you don't have to take it off the RV at all. It's like there's fixed and then there's remote.
No, I understand that.
Roaming.
If I go inside an airport, I need to have internet.
Switch between Wi-Fi and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think like the coverage in the airport? Okay, I understand for what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it will be improved by then. I mean, there are people who do it.
Well, you do know you can like mark off an RV as like a bidder if you're an entrepreneur using it that way. Like your state, right?
I mean, I would assume that you could. I don't necessarily want to be in an RV.
Some states have laws to where you can write it off as a business expense.
Okay.
If it's applicable. Even the internet, you can get like money back to taxes for the internet.
Okay.
But of course you have to.
Yeah.
If you're an RV side of things.
Right. Ideally, so Google has put out the Meta glasses, or not Google, Facebook or Meta has put out the Meta Wayfarers. And I would ideally like to just wear those, but instead of having to upload the data, I have heard that they're going to have a live streaming version soon enough so that you could just see my life in first person.
Okay. Well, that's going to be neat. Do you think we're going to make money off of our own data again, or are they just going to sell us, like, how?
Well, it's going to be a way to allow people to view the idea of the Google or the Meta with them. It's really real. The issue is a few issues. One, their glass is still and they break, and they're very two. The battery life isn't that great, and three, they don't live stream. So they'd have to get through those issues. But once they're able to do that, I think that there's an opportunity. A major breakthrough will happen within the streaming world where you'll just get people who not only are streaming their face, like with a handheld camera, but then they're just wearing glasses that allow people to see what they're viewing simultaneously. And the new iPhone is going to, like Androids, some of them already have this feature, but the ability to have a front and back camera and be able to stream that simultaneously, that'll be a game changer as well.
Oh, that on your head, and you can maybe also get the stars in the sky with different sections.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like if you're like on a bike or something, you can put like the cam on the helmet, and you can also keep track of the skies and make sure you have those.
Well, yeah, definitely. It's really great to get people to get your own reaction to things. So let's say you're watching fireworks or something. Yeah, it's cool to get the fireworks, but you want to get the ball as they react to them, or to a sporting event. Yeah, it's cool to get whatever's happening on the field, but it's great to see your own for viewers to be able to see your face, you react to it.
On the waist, all this facial expression muscles like style and stuff, but it's on the waist.
Exactly. So that'll be changed, and that takes a lot more RAM for a phone to be able to manage that. But I do think the new announcement, the next iPhone, there are rumors because Apple is very quiet about what it releases before they actually have their official announcement. But rumor has it that it's going to have the front and back simultaneous ability, and that's going to change the game too.
Yeah. Siri is really getting into the hardware now and with the government and everything. So I used to hate Siri, but I no longer hate them. And I think they're a necessary force right now with the issues that we have.
Yeah, I think
Everything's so wrong.
I think Siri's pretty garbage in terms of AI. I think there's a clear leader, ChatGPT, but ChatGPT has regressed some with ChatGPT 4.0. Yeah, so the way that ChatGPT is going to dominate is in the browser with a browser. They're rumored to be launching a browser, and that browser is going to, I think, beat Google and Chrome's market share. What's happening in the EU is the EU saying to Google, you have a monopoly on advertising and you have a monopoly on browsers. Basically, the Chrome browser is used by like 75% of all people in Europe, something like that. And you dominate online advertising, you own about 80% of the share or so. And they're going to drop the browser. And so that's going to leave a major hole in the market for an emerging said that they're going to like all of the eventually dominate. Yeah, are you talking?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good theory. So whichever wins, it's like we all win, right? So I'm not against ChatGPT or anything. I used to love Sam, and I still use Suno.
You mean Sora?
No, like Suno. You know, like the music thing. I haven't used Sora yet because it was only Apple. I need to get a freaking app.
Hold
I
on,
used to for that.
hold
Maybe
on,
I should
hold
put
on,
it in my application.
hold on,
I can get
hold on. Siri is App GPT.
right, but I mean, like it's only available. Sora is OpenAI. I understand that, but the app was only available just like they did with Grok.
Oh.
The Grok companions and all that. Get me Google right now.
I
Because their process takes like months. It costs too much now.
I gotcha. You can use it on a browser, so Android, iOS for free on there.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's actually okay.
ChatGPT.
It never used to be.
No,
When did it come
ChatGPT.
out? Like a year ago?
No, ChatGPT launched November 30th, 2022. I was using it that month,
Right.
and it started in a browser. It was not an app until last year or so.
Okay, but Sora came out one of the very first videos I loved so much, and now like VO2 is Google has VO2, and now Grok is starting to make music videos too.
Right. And they're getting
So
they're getting really
it's
good.
almost like the whole industry is just a merry-go-round of updates.
Right. And it's eventually
Absolutely, there's like we have 100 citizen collaborators, and they're going to try to have people. We're going to get to video games, and then they get to the live streaming, which is going to be on your.
there you go.
Live stream or brand,
There you go.
and that's going to be like really.
Absolutely.
So, Rabbi, it's been fantastic. I now I have a list of things that I must go implement.
Absolutely.
Implement those. I will be back to update you.
That you told me is that you made a friend. So shout out to you, shout out to him, and keep me updated with everything, okay?
Okay. Thank you
Excellent.
so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Ahora puedes hablar con cualquier persona en hablar español o no sabe, pero puedes aprender el idioma es mucho mejor. Por lo tanto, tengo que ir a cenar. Voy a ver a ti mismo para darle las gracias. Usted es super cool. Muy bien, gracias.
Saul Bass General. T to David S. Rise. Killed by hoax. Eliezer Abraham S. Stewart Gen 15. 24. CM 2048. 2080. Dog is my health Hebrew. Courage is Isaac. Rebecca Batch. Trusted agent. Abigail double S widow 1 10. 25. Becomes David S. Y. Abigail num 3. Etc. Various. Pin to Esther. Abigail X 6. Left 10. Num 3. S 2448 1313 GT. Is my father is Hebrew. Aaron S. Died whispering strange fire. Abigail June 1 2 C8 R 30. RC 913. 911 BT. Is my father Hebrew. King of Judah. Wars with Israel. ABFR 1. 2 SAT. 1 KGS. 10 CBG. The father is brave Hebrews. Priest for David. Later deposed Solomon. Abiel 1 SAT 9. 1. 14. 51. 11 CBG. Dog is my father Hebrew. Ancestor of Saul. John. My father is held Hebrews. Gideon S. Clan Abbey Tribes. 2. 16. 17. Abishag. 1 KGS 1. 2. 28. Hungary Hebrews. Samuel. BG. 13. 18. 10 BG. Father of Peace Hebrew. David S. Rebel. Dies in. My father is Salvation Hebrew. Priestly lineage of the conscience. Possible to send 3. 4. 10 CBG. My father is Hebrew. One of David S. wives. Akinachah Josh 7. 1. CHR 2. 7. 13 CBG. Traveler Hebrew. Stillman. Spoil. Defeat at high. Irish Esther. RC 486.
465 BT. Old Persian throne name Mighty Man Harrow Acadian Old Persian. King Esther. Decrees reverse. Pothead Judah to KGS 6. Isa 7. RC 732. 716 BT. Rast Helm Fast Hebrews. King during 0 frame light crisis. Papaziah Israel 1 KG. To KGS 1. RC 853. Has seized Hebrew. King of Israel. Sidon 8. Papaziah Judah to KGS 89. 2C8 R22. RC 842. 841 BG. Has seized Hebrew. King of Judah. Slain by Jet 1 KGS 16. 22. RC 874. 853 BG. Possibly Uncle Kinsman Hebrew. King of Israel. Baal Tol. Elijah S9. Aaron Aberon F2. And 2,365. 2008 1,396. Subsequent Egyptian. High priest. Notice S brother. Package 1 KGS 11. 14. 10. CBG. He is my brother. 50 foretold split of the two Jeroboam. Subject to KGS 22. Jer 26. 39. Late 7. 36 C. BG. My brother has risen Hebrew. Protected Jeremiah. Father of Gedaliah. Added. Village 1 set 22. CBG.
General, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were friends of the Jews, but one of the things that tended to be the Jews in a good favor over kings and had the kings really defend them was something that I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this class, the ages of world history. What is the ages of world history? Money, actually. Thank you so much. Well, that's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I have to repeat it over and over again. Maybe there's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of high Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called Servi Kamara, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of basically a bar that actually dealt in precious questions in coinage and through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money as opposed to chickens and pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash much more than most elements of society because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that Servi Kamara means. just shocking. And they're living in a shack essentially. They are not subject to the local king for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of. Which is kind of funny. We have a college here, excellent. Very good. The best librarian I've ever worked with. She's cute and not Jewish. And all her friends ask me how Jews doing. All of the college are her Jews. But at any rate, that's not her joke. Here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across the busy street. The other rabbi can't quite, street, but it's across the street. There's a young man who points out and gives the hat to the rabbi. So the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, blessed by the rabbi, it's my lucky day." So he goes to the racetrack, and he's looking at the name for her. There's a hat named Cat. Sorry, I read the rabbi. I'm going to hold on a bit on it. He says, "Wow, this is great. This is the next place that there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Wow, this is great." He puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day. Finally, he comes to the end of the day. What happened? Well, at the very last horse called Chateau. And she said, "You idiot. You think of Chateau. Chateau is at." She said, "No, it doesn't matter. Some Japanese horse called Yamakaya." Thank you for life. Okay, that's what I have like 3 jokes. Okay, anyway. So, you got this here in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these taxes. And so, as they get more,
our staff was excellent. Yeah, I know.
Shocker.
more power for various reasons. So here, they question the king and say, "What are you know what you're doing? You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep lower, they have to have a subservient state, because all of this, that those who reject Jesus, they should be at such a high level of society." Oh, totally on Wednesday. So, what happens is that the king loses kind of power attraction to the church. This is a phenomenon of stretching the lines of 13th century expressions that there's what's so-called disputation, where churchmen, very this I think was done last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates will often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and these saying, "Well, so it's kind of making that was the way that the leader of the church community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides,
Party associations like something that is clever, but for a fun activity, things are like
because churches are large over sales sign out, but no one's taking a smart out. So in this case, but no force to go there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question. And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even greater, become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay. So anyways, now Parmenides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule is I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't let me go and participate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster any argument to the church to this. That has we have the Christian which of course the Christian side, it looks like Christian wins, the Jewish side, it looks like Parmenides wins, but when you look at a few other external factors, it's clear that Parmenides is the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate even though they pronounced the church the winner, public Christianity the winner, the king made Parmenides the bonus money as the winning first one. Normally we give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously is winning. Thoroughly. And Parmenides was then invited to visit the palace by the king. Well taken account. That was enough that Parmenides was forced. It's just, I don't know, you can't have this guy around. Unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that. The Vatican's Parmenides stand trial for blasphemy, and you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to participate in this, so let me do whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. That the only way that you could survive this is accept they were the head of the family, went to the Pope, trying to get the Pope to support them, and that's when Parmenides realized that was lost. Fled Spain for everything. So this is I believe in the mid-70s. So it's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it is this that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate that I really should be discussed. Parmenides employed an extremely subtle, brilliant, and elegant, he was one of the attacks and we were just tens of thousands of Czech manuscripts destroyed if Parmenides doesn't hold it down. So one of the biggest charges of how did this was actually much better prepared than the about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of Mr. Bates, were unforgivable sins. And Gandhi's defense is very simple. He said, that Jesus oh no, that's not the Jesus maintains that you do have a character in Yeshua that had a rabbi named Yeshua that's not here. Teacher don't Yeshua, Yeshua the prophet, and the timing, that's important. Jesus on the Talmud could easily be entirely different. Unlike Transpar and the Talmud, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, this is what they is totally appropriate for us to discuss this. But the Almighty, whenever trouble with Christianity came up with it, at all. And so, I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, for her bar mitzvah. Studied in Jerusalem about 6 weeks. Let me read it to you because it is really it's a beautiful rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain as a citizen he paid for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the law in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars, who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to be your As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we write one of these every year for Yom Kippur, and I give it to each of our children individually, because, you never know what can happen in that year. All right, let me read a little bit of you. I'll read it to you. Teach my son the discipline of your mother. Custom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger and those things possible. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna. As was written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna as it is written, and the wicked are destined to day of evil. Thus you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your heart. This sterling gold is the finest of all admirable traits of the scripture writes, and it yields us humility to the fear of God. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify your heart. For you will always be aware of where you are set to go. For realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot of the worm. All of those are things. It is a sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment. The King of glory, above heaven and every prophet save you, surely not the heart of man. Furthermore, it is written, you will not fail heaven and earth, says the Lord. After you get serious about these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man, fearfully before God, and stand wary of sin, that the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you as with the splendor of His glory, you will live the life of the will to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart towards other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own will, for written, Hashem reigns, he dawns the man of his grandeur. For indeed, of what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes him poor or prosperous. And in honor, does honor belong to God? As is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself in the honor of his maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove his speech. Accustom yourself to that all men seem greater than you in your lives. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show the thought at all times and imagine in your heart that you are standing in the Holy One. And that His presence rests the glory of people reverence all like a servant. Acts of restraint in the company of others. If one should conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors, demonstrate your attendance to their prayers. Read this letter once a week. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it after you lecture on that one of these. Get a sense of his personality. So, he's a man who was the leader of his nation, very well published of power and enduring great punishment. Nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. I don't know. I think his last name was David. That's all I know. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267, passed very few Jews in Jerusalem, and in fact he writes the only two permanent residents in the Holy City, two permanent Jewish residents, that when they wanted to make a opinion for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews. Israel had been devastated by the God building himself, and it still is obvious. This is the ninth sign of Torah. Even that is a time was just by the person, her personality and her intellect, creating a community around it, planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when you think about the legacy of the Sundays, reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, the great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled his education, followed by the instruction, his greatest achievement, was really 48. So with that, food, and I think it's very much 8 p.m. sharp.
Well, there are oversight investigations, especially if it's in regards to some casualties. I would say, based on people that I've talked with and interacted, it's definitely happened in the past. It's definitely been going on. However,
Tonight's going to be a difficult lecture, I have to say, as I read the law, prepared for tonight's class, but I feel so close to Rabbbi Akiva's thought and so much of realize as I get close to the time I have to but it's hard for me to separate, what is the history of Rabbbi Akiva, what is biography, and what is really what I have absorbed in my own self-image, how it is to hear. I'm going to split this lecture really into two thematic sections. On the one hand, for those of you, particularly those of you who are watching this on the web, may have very little sense of who Rabbbi Akiva really was. And so therefore, about half of this lecture is devoted to his biography and which already live so deeply and also I find it difficult to vision of watching your video post. So it's like teaching. The other half, which ironically will probably be of most benefit to those of you who already know Rabbbi Akiva's teaching very well, about the life I enriched you with. It's extremely consequential and complex time into a history. We're speaking about the first century and the first part of the second century, in which the temple was destroyed, Jewish sectarianism flourished and eventually expressed itself in many major movements and ultimately were exiled after several wars with the Roman Empire. So we're trying to be on the broader scope of affairs in Israel during Rabbbi Akiva's lifetime, and I hope that by approaching lectures this way, we'll be able to, if not satisfy everyone, and will dissatisfy everyone in equal measure. I will thank you for that. I think I should mention that the welfare next week is our final lecture before Passover. We are scheduled to begin lecturing again shortly after the Passover holiday. But after next week, the March well,
So we have to be cognizant of that. Also, too, by the way,
So
it's
let's
not
go to
because
our
like
story
in all states, like
and
they're
we'll
not
discuss
actually like
where
actually
exactly
like
we
tech and
derive
observing,
information about
monitoring,
Rabbi Akiva.
pulling all of our
His
resources.
life
Just
is virtually synonymous with Canadic literature, meaning that Rabbi Akiva is almost one and the same. All the sources we have for first century Judaism. His name and teachings suffuse virtually every text that is Jewish that comes out of this period. Now, could I ask you, Rabbi, perhaps you could discuss a little bit for the historiographic level, this is a sense of problem because we don't have any text outside. But that is are and how they relate to Akiva. There are basically two geographic areas in which this literature emerges. There is, of course, the literature that lives in Israel proper. And there's also, why we're talking about the first century, there's a significant population living in Babylonia here in the diaspora did it quite a bit earlier, really from the 6th century before the common era, they were Jewish presence in Babylon. But the documents related to Rabbi Akiva's life come primarily from Israel. These are the earlier documents. Then they are later generated in Babylon, often in greater detail, which is itself problematic as well. Now, this earlier documents, and they tend to be very short in nature, very spartan, if I could use those metaphors. How is it that there's more detail in these documents? Or what could argue is there's more dealing with these sources, unlike people like Josephus, who was also true the concept of modern critical history is not developed in any sophisticated form at all. But rabbis are generally not trying to preserve history. They are trying to present truth, but those truths are far more important truths are religious in nature, moral in nature. And so therefore, when they're composing biographical information about Akiva, the veracity of statements themselves is kind of like an objective vision. That way, say, for an example, I wrote this poem, and the poem describes the color of her eyes. The problem is, I got the color wrong. It's true, I know. I think it was because I went on a hill, and it was a night time, so we had the artificial lights or things like that. But I wrote this poem that was really based on color of her eyes. I got the color wrong. So, what is important? That's not important that describe the color of her eyes, right? Or is it important that I express writing ideas towards her? Ultimately, what's far more significant, and say a lot more about my relationship with her and our children and myself. So that's the kind of thing we're doing right here. The Canadic documents are very, very close, but they're not necessarily They cannot necessarily be held to the same standard in every aspect, as we might like it in modern historical doctrine. So, what are those sources? Well, the first major source is what's called the Midrash. Midrash is a complex, sophisticated, beautiful collection of teachings by the rabbis, basically discussing biblical verses, sometimes elucidating legal aspects of how they are interpreted, sometimes elucidating poetic. These midrash were primarily in later texts. Some of them even medieval, but they can be fairly dated back to the first century and much earlier as well. But Yeshiva is quoted as the author of many of these midrashic statements. We also have the Talmud. Now, just to take a minute and explain what is the Talmud, something for which I'm sure most of you are familiar. Basically, the Talmud is extended discussion of a legal body work called the Mishnah. That's something so the Talmud Mishnah is essentially a document which was codified based on oral tradition in the 2nd century, and the Talmud is an extended discussion of that tradition. Mishnah tends to discuss law, although it does have a lot of digressions into other fields of associated with philosophy or aesthetics or many other fields. The Talmud are discussions that are expansions of the Midrash itself. There are two Talmuds. And then it is one that generally considered the much more authoritative, and it is studied in dates of their composition. Jerusalem Talmud is often the more authoritative source for the examination of historical activity in Israel, as we were discussing. Putting together the Midrashim, the Mishnah, for which I have a picture, the Talmud, full of Amoravic, Hanaitic, also after basic serious teaching inform them virtually every minute. From the non-religious side, we also have the scholarship of Josephus, shown here in rather imaginative Josephus was incredibly popular among Christian readers because he described the events of Christianity, and in the popular 19th century edition, is him as they thought a Jew of the first century must have dressed, which is completely wrong. The turban, the Jewish hair, he looked sort of like an Ottoman Arab pasha or something, but nevertheless, this is the iconic image of Josephus that we have. And finally, we have other documentations, economic evidence, things like that, were especially associated with the Bible fluctuation, which is the end of what we see, right? So these are all things that we there to understand the right concept. Let us immerse ourselves for a few minutes in the various political and religious ideologies of Jews in the first century. This is a period of phenomenal Jewish sectarianism. By sectarianism, I'm referring to competing ideologies for the definition
And then also there's ways that we've been able to introduce, and some are more popular than certain teaching where you see more
not over these very briefly in other classes, I think, on the labor point, but you have the Sadducees who are primarily associated with the temple rituals. They are very closely aligned with Romans, who by now have a direct protectorate, no longer a Hashmonite dependent nation of any kind. They had some heterodox views, such as the denial of a questioning of the role of the moral Torah, the Hamitic documents that we just went through, would not be considered very significant to Sadducees and so on. And then you have their opponents in many ways, the so-called Phoenicians or separators. These are learned Jews who largely felt that they could not sustain any conflict with their Sadducean opponents. They would not succeed in trying to wreak political they were active in a large cities, but they're much more known for their activity in rural areas. They generally garner the loyalty of the rural population. And there was a huge urban rural split perspective when it came to Greek values. The Jewish cities, including Jerusalem, tend to be heavily Hellenistic, tend to absorb Greek values, gymnasia, the mathematics, Greek language, and so on, whereas the rural hinterland is filled with infantry, who largely agricultural workers, and who want they are the sort of rabbinic movement as well on its head. The scribes, the Pharisees, or the zealots, would themselves Pharisaic background, and then arguing from both with the people who are most closely related. For example, it's not so likely for a young woman to argue with her sister to argue with a stranger in the park. Sisters will argue all the time, brothers will argue all the time. Because they are so closely related, so heavily invested in each other's worldview. So that's why there's always involved in those kinds of discussions. And the Pharisees, to be less sensitive to their tender moment at the end, many also take a quick moment to pause. We haven't talked about the Samaritans very much. The perhaps in another lecture series we'll spend more time or further back here. But that's also a Jewish group, the Jewish Sabbath. The faith for several centuries by the rabbis. They were centered around the temple established up there. And they were frequently at odds with the rabbis. Have all kinds of mischievous ways where they actively try to do something well known. The rabbis would counter the new moon by reciting conflict. It's how they see the moon's eyes and say, oh, it's going to be a new moon, and they calculate the date coming period of the month. And the way they would communicate that, it would interfere with the Indian-style footprint. They would build a fire on a mountain. They got a lantern on top of it, they could light it on, smoke goes up. So the Sadducees, the Samaritans would attempt to disrupt the calendar, very important thing. They would light those fires on the wrong day, just to try and send these signals out that they were disrupting life. So that's why, if you have to read the gospel, which I doubt that many of you
jumps.
do.
Yeah, and when I was
There's
jumps, yeah, I got
good
jumps.
thing
I
there
think
is
it's
that
for like
there's a guy
boys
on
and
the road,
stuff.
and one who walks past by and doesn't want to touch him, another one walks by and wants to touch him. Finally, a Samaritan comes by, takes pity on him, and picks him up and takes him for some medical attention. And he is called the Good Samaritan.
Honestly,
And the
so like
emphasis in the
seeing
Greek
that
original
though, like
is the
being able
underline
to
of the
see
word
that and
good.
then kind
That of
of
all
tell that
their
story,
people
like
who
I
helped
do
the
think that there's
Jew,
power in like
Samaritan,
like
as
man,
opposed
I'm
to the others are like
like that's not true. You can always find a way out of it. I did the military, best thing I ever did, and I kind of felt like the military to like remain or whatever she had been 20 years old, she came along.
disappeared
That
when the
ended up
water
eventually getting
was
clean,
solved.
but my husband and I moved in with us, and then he got sober. I think you tell your story, and it empowers other people, especially to be fighters, not just be independent. I think people aren't going to tell you that, like,
But it's also great for someone to hear a story like yours, or someone came up with a similar childhood that they're having, or maybe even worse than they're having. That's
Also
powerful.
living
and it's powerful. I think to an idea that would like to like contest stereotypical
messianic movement that's going on at this time. Really, people was also affected by the messianic sentiments of the Jews. I just wanted to show you this because I thought this was an amazing thing when I read about it last week. This is a head box pillow that was discovered in the Qumran cave, the Dead Sea Scroll cave. It's been opened up. Obviously, it's heavily worn. It would normally be
what was interesting is I shared my story. So like when I started out as an activist, and I would tell people this because
you would get that
I
square
do feel
look
like
that goes on the head.
when you other to take something that's neutral positive
Over
that might
which person should go in which of the box.
and it was around
Grandson for
and actually Fox News on my stuff, and then Time Magazine had actually reached out and said, would you mind me conduct like an interview? And I
and they were
said,
able to
how
open
about
up,
it? Here's my
they
information.
thought finally we
I
would
had
know
actually
which
used
one
my
is the
DNA again to like
They
prove
were
that I'm
baby
Hispanic
Trump
because
to be
of
able
the
to
fact that I
examine these
understand
and see
when
what
I
they
got
wore.
elected, there was like this controversy about how Hispanic was I, and which was actually a thing. I'm like, I'm not calling skinny Gonzalez with a sombrero running around.
Actually,
Like, what am I
configuration sound like that.
so
So we all watched it.
Just like so crazy.
So this is emblematic of another group of people or group of all
It was crazy, but I actually gave all this information to Time Magazine. When people would ask me, I think last time I checked, I wanted to know like too, and it's there's an aspect of my race and
very
how
popular
like
in
that
the
also sounds like I'm not like
they didn't have a stretch of urban centers like Abuja, and they engaged in widespread assassination, not only of Roman officials, but also of capitulated people. They were very, very clear, fomented a considerable amount of unrest. We have a battle of all vying for the appearance of the
So long story short, so
there's
this
a lot
whole
of debate in these
background, I think all the evidence,
a
and they
large
also
number of very Christian believe that they should in fact be observant of Torah, and that Christians should remain kosher, Christians should observe Saturday to a Sabbath, and so on and so forth. They thought that Christianity was kind of like a Judaism. Others, however, argue, no, this is something that takes global. And once we exclude non-Jews, what they would call actual Gentiles, Greeks and what have you, would be absorbed into this.
Yo,
The debate was,
how you living? What's good? Yo, dog.
Constructive benefit. Principle in Russian parallels and speech must serve a positive purpose. To valid equals benefit through. Toival couple coupling toival Yiddish influence forms of diverse dynamicta. Total equals to Hebrew and divine teaching, especially the 5 books of Moses. Trade tribe non-kosher. From Hebrew teres equals torn, improper. Traver in Yiddish English slang from triber to grind, read. Used for smoothing holes in koshering utensils. Trap cancellation marks for Torah reading. From Yiddish, from Greek tropos equals mode. Hebrew equals ta amai homikra. Truma gedola trauma variants of Tiruma offering, contribution. TS equals opening, doorway. Giraffe and Petash equals Ashe Petash teaser on Petash form of approved. Latchet structure to close less cross beam often used in constructing an arrow. To be at 15th of Abdullah for 15
Jewish
equals
customs
at
and
equals
laws.
Should
These, let's say, Roman converts to Christianity, or can they continue to be support? Ultimately, as you know, the decision was made that Gentile converts to Christianity did not have to observe circumcision, the Sabbath, and so on. Jews did, but that really didn't coalesce until the turn of the 2nd century. There was a The Herodian dynasty well. The region known as Israel was divided into several rulers, and in Rome was on independent of his region. The Amygdala, shown here, known in particular for his cruel and wanton sadistic taste, was especially incensed with the idea that he was not idle, and shortly before his death, began a campaign with the plans to install idols in the temple, and to Antiochus Epiphanes. So his death at 41 was relief for the Jews, but it did not turn out to be very long-lived. Nero, a much more sensitive individual and disturbed individual, had more patience for the Jews, but he also was very difficult to deal with the zealots and their constant officials and the ongoing refusal of Jews to participate in the civic religion of Rome, with things like observance of national holidays and ritual idols and so on. So he eventually sent Vespasian to subdue the rebel in the hill part in the Galilee, but before Vespasian could make the final blow and take over Jerusalem, at this point in a state of disarray as a result of civil war, Nero's own death. And so he left behind his son Titus, who was left to deliver the final hammer to the exile of Jerusalem. Here is Ghana, by the way, the first was war sometime around the year 66, 67. The last major battle was the stronghold at Masada, that we seen earlier. Herod on the other side of this rock established his one of his highlights for his house from outside. This is almost inspecting the stronghold. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there, is where the zealots made their very last stand. They managed to hold out 73 or 74, built a massive siege and destroyed the population. After a mass suicide, the top of this First Roman-Jewish War, with the complete destruction of any Jewish militia in the region. For the Romans, it was a huge celebration that was actually vastly disproportionate to the victory itself. This is actually a Christian of the Old and Josephus. It dates from 1846. Several elements that are here. Several elements that are kind of to the Christian reading of Josephus' tale. You can see here that the Jews are intervening with angels, which of course the Jews constructed the temple as the national building of the prophecy. For their rejection of the founder of Christianity, they were punished. So read the Christian text by the destruction of the temple. You can see here a woman about to perform cannibalism on her own son, which is a feature not only of Josephus' tale of the suffering of the Jews in Israel, but also of the book of Jeremiah and the Lamentations, which describe the earlier destruction of the temple. On high, you have the out of Jerusalem, and the Romans were Now, the Romans made a massive amount of polemic out of this story. That's largely because the Flavian emperors all Aphrodite. Basically, we have a guerrilla war that simply took a long time. People went way over the top and trying to celebrate it because they needed a victory and they wanted to do something that was not associated with the Civil War. They're exactly the same as March of Truth, which is a ceremonial triumphal arch. A similar one was actually discovered just recently. Various parades, people would walk through here, and their values and so on. And of course, on the inside here of the arch, you see the famous spoils relief, which shows the Jewish slaves carrying the menorah to Rome as one of the great spoils of war. The last thing on this topic ridiculous. I'm reading a book on the war over Sunday, and in the ancient world, there were very few ways to convey propaganda as we understand it today. One of them was the big ceremonial architecture, things like that, which were great, but only for a place where they existed and could like run parades in the tough times. But there was no newspapers, there was no popular media, so the only other way to convey information on a wide scale was through coinage. So therefore, analyzing the text, the images of coins are so important. This is the coin that was
Oh, that's so much predictable. Oh, fuck. Oh.
Area is highly prized throughout the Near East. And here's a Roman victor here. Roman soldiers sitting upright. Sign of victory. And you have this forlorn who represents Judea, represents Israel, and she's got her head down kind of like a costume, so there's a penitential pose and penitential pose. And you notice the relative size, the soldier is really, disproportionately huge to this adult woman over here, seated and totally dominating the role. And this was the message that disseminated throughout, destroyed, it was no more. We've heard this story before. Prophet Merneptah said it 13 centuries earlier, but amazingly we persist. Okay, now, as I said, I really want to try and divide our time between background events and between Rabbbi Akiva. It is so difficult to speak about Rabbbi Akiva in a sophisticated way. Rabbi Akiva's origins are in Lod, which is here shown as Little Lida. They're not too far from Jerusalem itself, and on caves that we've looked at in the past. It's also very closely associated with Yavne, which is where the event of the political life in Jerusalem. Essentially, what happened was a great rabbi, Yochanan ben Zakkai, one of the many teachers of Rabbi Akiva, or one of the influences on Rabbi Akiva, I should say, he essentially surrendered to the Romans and said, all I want is Yavne and its scholars. Give me one place where I can safely house my Pharisaic colleagues, the Jews and the rabbis, and we will, in this one little town, this not really important town of Yavne, we will establish an intellectual beachhead that included the genesis of, Rabbi Akiva grew up in Pisa, and literally, you have many figures in biblical and rabbinic tradition who lived that long. One might also, when I showed her something, like if I showed her an iPod, she would say, you can live 120 years before one of those. Okay, I'm sorry, I just like to do that. Nida as an Amma Haaretz. The term Amma Haaretz is derogatory in its contextual meaning, but not in its literal meaning. It actually means man of the land, or people of the land, person of the land, or farmer. And this is characteristic of the vast majority of Jews living in Israel at this time, who are agriculturalists and who were basically unlearned. We have the establishment of universal education. It is one particular individual named Ben Jaffa, but he suggests that probably because he published how much state school tuition is going to actually cost. Much more likely that very Jews actually tend to familiarity with tradition. One can expect, because of the way Jewish culture is always, that it is significantly higher than other populations, but one might not imagine a worse thing happening. The Ame Haaretz tend to follow after these Pharisaic scholars and rely on them for their inspiration, their religious guidance, their teachings, their lifestyle, and so on. But the rabbis trust that they were sufficiently scrupulous with many of the observances, not out of their mean-spiritedness, but their unfortunate ignorance. So the term Haaretz in rabbinic language and in modern Hebrew means ignoramus. It means someone who simply does not understand what's going on. If I remember correctly, there's a story about the Rothschild guy, who's an important 1930s, 20th century figure, that there was one individual who was very famous for writing long messages that entirely out of reference. Rather than looking at the location of Talmud, that particular verse in the Torah, and so I'm not sure why I'm telling you this, but there was one particular individual who was constantly with questions and questions and writing. Finally, John Goldman got the letter, and the guy walks around town saying, "This question, look how many references it took for him to answer my difficult question. I must be a really smart individual." Finally, he sat down to start deciphering the answer, and every single reference included the phrase Haaretz. Ignoramus. All right, so that story, what I did, it's all over now. I'll go pick it up again. So, he grew up in this area as an Haaretz, as an unlettered person. But what was perhaps more interesting is that Rabbi Akiva speaks about himself, saying that when he was an Haaretz, he hated the Pharisees, hated the rabbis so much that if he saw one, quote unquote, he would fight him like a donkey. Really visceral, and that he had tremendous empathy towards him. I mean, on one might within that, like, it wasn't just I have nothing to do, I'm not interested. He actually despised them. And he ended up, of course, being the greatest of the Pharisees himself. So perhaps one can only assume that it was an internal kind of, aspirational jealousy that was expressed initially as hatred and was eventually expressed as admiration and emulation. The turning point in his life was his wife Rachel. And there are several versions of the story about his connection with Rachel, but several features are mentioned throughout. The first is he was definitely one of the most treasured men in all of Israel. And to imagine Akiva being a poor, unlettered shepherd to marry his daughter Rachel is simply out of the question. So according to some versions, this story occurred before they were married. Other versions, it was actually after they were married. But I like the one where it's before they're married, actually. That Kiva says to her, I'd really like to marry you. And she says, no way, Jose. I'm not going to marry you because you are completely unlettered. You are an Amharic. I know how you feel about Amharic, but there's no way I'm going to marry one. If you go on learn, what the Rebbe Matzah. There's like as in the version that's described. But he's rest, how is he possibly going to learn all that Torah? You have to hang out with all hanging into a well, but let's go with the water version. And he says, a means kal v'chomer, an a posteriori argument, if water, which is soft, can penetrate rock, which is hard, then how much more so can Torah, which is a burning fire, penetrate my own mind? So he resolved himself based on his understanding of the power of the soft water over the hard, such as he could go back and study Torah. So what the Rabbi Natan describes an absolutely hilarious kind of situation where at the age of 30, he goes back to first grade and he sits down with all the other children in the school and begins learning the alphabet. He begins learning the very basic fundamentals of literacy. This is, by the way, for those of you who have children of the right age or grandchildren of the right age, this is our excellent bedtime story. Over and over, 40-year-olds sitting in tiny little kindergarten chairs trying to remember the alphabet is a very appealing image. But he mastered his studies quite quickly, and within a very, very short period of time, he excelled to such a degree that he became Rabbi. He went back to spend his wife, Kalba Sabua, according to the same version as this, and he completely cut her out of his will, refused to support them in any way, and they lived misery to such an extent that they would sleep on straw at night. The next day, he would sell the straw to put together the smallest provisions for them, including a little bit more replacement straw, so they would sleep on it over and over again. A very, very difficult life. Later on in his life, he was very proud that we're not exactly sure how he came to be. It's possible that he inherited money called a who later approached him, by the way, and he bought his wife, Rachel, a tiara called a city of gold, which is an ancient sort of replica with worn on the forehead. At any rate, this is the story of Akiva's rise to brilliance. I'll mention one other episode here because I don't forget in the context of Rachel. At one point in his life, it may have been this same point, the stories are sometimes overlapping in this, but he went off to study for a period of 24 years. And when he returned, everyone was so excited, the great sage Akiva is coming to town. His wife Rachel went out to him, and there were others who wanted to push her out of the way because, after all, she was still, according to this version of the story, a very poor and unimportant woman. And here was the great sage Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva stopped them all and brought his wife forward. And he used a very important phrase. He said, if I remember correctly, "Shalacham shali." The Shali Shalach. What is yours the things, the Torah that you, all my students, according to this verse 24, all of learn is worthy of influence in so many ways by each one of them. Maybe I'll just pick out another Nachum Ish Gamzu. That's how he's known popularly. Nachum, the man who said Gamzu, which means this also, because he was famous for saying this also was for the best. Gamzu Gamzo, the probably was the name of an actual place. Gamzu, or Gamzu has a whole cycle of stories about how he accepted difficulties and always saying this was for the best, and ultimately it always worked out for him because of his steadfast faith in God. Rabbi Akiva also experienced one of the stories. For example, at one point he was traveling late at night. I remember the story correctly. He had a donkey, rooster, someone will perhaps correct me if I missed it. And he went to stay at a town, and they said, we have no place for you, you'll have to go sleep in the woods. So he went to sleep in the woods, and in the middle of the night, let's see if I get this right, a wild cat came and attacked the donkey, killing it. And then some other wild animal came and killed the rooster. Shortly afterwards, the wind came and blew out his coals of fire, so he had no flame whatsoever. Feeling pretty sad for himself. The next day he goes back to the town to get some breakfast, and he sees the town was sacked by bandits. And he realizes to himself, oh my gosh, if I had had the monkey, it would have made noise, and the rooster, it would have crowed, and that would have attracted them. If I had even the candles burning in the fire, then they would have seen me, and I would have been an example of Nachum Ish Gamzu teaching. This is also for the best. The way Rabbi Akiva formulated it in Aramaic is called the Avakavava. Whatever God is for the best. This is kind of a theme that pervades Rabbi Akiva's teaching. We can go through many of these rabbis, but we definitely have to stay on schedule. His spiritual leadership was unparalleled. He was elected by the rabbis to represent Judean Jewry to Rome in the 90s, and he actually journeyed to Rome, where he encountered many officials for the case of living in the region, and he's also throughout in the halachic discussions, in his Jewish legal discussions, he's almost always a strong advocate for the poor. There is dispute, he tends to side that position that most benefits those who are less well advantaged. For example, in the calculation of the paya, the corner of the field that has to be left behind for the poor, so that field is harvested, a certain amount is left behind. Rabbi Akiva always invariably provide those measures which would the benefit for. Also, the Quran achieves things. Example of his leadership, this is actually a mnemonic device to me to remember what I'm going to say. This is a picture by the amazing Flash 90 photographer in Israel, who takes fantastic pictures of religious Jews in many different contexts. Of Jews dancing at Meron, which is a city in northern Israel that is associated with the life of the great Arizal, very important Kabbalist of the 16th century. And the reason why I'm thinking of it here is because this celebration takes place on Lag BaOmer, which is when Jews worldwide read Akiva's students, Jewish calendar, which are associated with a particular, I think the latest will be the Hanukkah celebration. They all died except for 5 of them. And from the remaining 5, back and essentially developed Reform Judaism through that. The reason is somewhat complicated and difficult to understand. Talmud that refers to death as a plague that seemed to unusually affect the students of Rabbi Akiva. Passage says that they died because they did not sufficiently honor each other. They did not call each other rabbi. They tended to be a little bit too casual with each other and a little bit too disrespectful of one another. At any rate, as a result of this horrible event, which occurred throughout the summer, some scholars, by the way, might have talked about this just next. The Jewish period of some 7 weeks semi-mourning includes no weddings are held at that time. There are different ways to calculate exactly when it's observed, but in its largest size, 7 weeks. There is one day in which there's a pause. Lag BaOmer, the 33rd day of counting Omer, which overlaps the biblical command when there's kind of like a big party as a result. This is taken from that. That's my mnemonic device. Last, noted Kabbalah. The term itself, Kabbalah, for the Talmud, which does not use the word, but he was a great mystic. Perhaps the most fascinating passage that occurs in the tractate Kagiga of the Babylonian Talmud, in which Rabbi Akiva says to that we'll go into the orchard, the Pardes, which is understood as meditation on the deepest secrets of Jewish religion. And he says to them enigmatically, when we get to this stone of white alabaster, whatever you do, do not say, do not call out water, water. I'm not going to explain what this passage means because I don't really understand it for sure. I don't understand it at all, but I'll just serially, perhaps in parallel, Soma dies. Another, Ben Azai, third to Ben Abuya, known as Acher, becomes an apostate. Akiva exits whole. Only Rabbi Akiva can somehow assimilate the encounter with this deep mystical truth alone. And whatever happened in that so-called orchard is a mystery that we've been exploring for the last 2,000 odd years. So that gives you a scope of his intellectual fervor. Now, if we go to the last and upheaval known as the Roman Jewish War that occurred in the early part of the 2nd century and was led by a man named Bar Kokhba, known popularly by that spelling, son of a star. His name was probably Bar Kosiva, but and some of the rabbis derogatorily refer to him this way because it sounds like the word kazav, which means to lie, the son of a lie. But Bar Kokhba managed to generate a tremendous amount of interest by tapping into the remaining population in Judea. You recall that the Romans, after they destroyed the temple, they declared certain areas they imposed horrible taxes on the Jews, directed to generate a tremendous amount of enthusiasm through the advantage of a single charismatic and talented military leader, Bar Kokhba relied on a massive network of caves forbidding Judean desert to hide his guerrilla warriors. And rather than attempting to, defend the citadel of Jerusalem, which was not something that was easy for the Jews to do against Roman legions, he was able to mount a very effective campaign that attracted the unwarranted attention of the Roman emperors who came and ultimately put down this rebellion. Here's a coin from Kokhba's realm period. You can see that he's got his symbols. We talked about the importance of numismatics for historians. He's got like a representation of the temple in Jerusalem, which had been destroyed, but by evoking it some 50 years later, 60 years later, he could generate those kinds of enthusiasm. And the lulav is an endemic plant, the palm tree that goes with it, and several other that also devote the pilgrim to Jerusalem for the holiday of Sukkot. The thing that's especially fascinating about Bar Kokhba is that he was able to capture many of the messianic urges that we discussed earlier in this lecture, and ultimately the belief arose. There's some debate over his personal participation in this, that Bar Kokhba himself was the long-awaited Messiah. Akiva appeared to assent to this evaluation of Bar Kokhba. His colleagues disagreed with him. At this point, Akiva is an elderly man. He has tremendous gravitas. Support of Bar Kokhba was widely regarded with respect, but his colleagues of similar stature did not agree with him. One, Akiva ben Yosef, grass will grow from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is Messiah. Meaning you will die and be long gone before we even think that Bar Kokhba could be Mashiach. Ultimately, Rabbi Akiva was proved incorrect in this regard. Bar Kokhba was ultimately killed in his attack on Romans. Jewish war and Rabbi Akiva, he died a martyr's death, and the method of his murder is so gripping that it has formed an essential part of the Yom Kippur liturgy in the section known as Ela Esther. In the section known as the Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state, which describes the backlash from the Romans after defeating the Bar Kokhba rebels. Many of the greatest Pharisaic leaders were murdered in horrible ways as a message to the Jews not to rebel again. Little is enshrined in the liturgy such that memorialize them year after year in the public during Yom Kippur. Rabbi Akiva in particular was taken and his flesh was raked off his body with iron comb. And before he expired, his students said to him, Rabbeinu Ad Khan, Rabbi, how much? Until what point are you going to put up with this? I mean, there's a lot of discussion. What exactly is that? The Talmud expands on it by discussing the question of Zoskara. Is this Torah? And this is its reward, the greatest question of the Odyssey. For his part, he chose to use his last remaining breaths to pronounce the great statement of unification of God, the Shema Yisrael. asked me this question. When I finally have the opportunity to fulfill this, and so he died with the last sound, of the word one on his lips, and it's from the Jews in Israel during the Islamic period. I would take them off the month before the holiday of Passover.
That equals repentance. First to collective wrapping in accord in burial shrouds. That faith is Hebrew. Biblical cord. Avoda Zarah Hebrew. Avoda equals worship. Zarah equals cord.
Man known to history as Mark Antony was
Also a tractate in the Talmud dealing
born
with
as
idolatry
Marcus
and
Antonius.
ritual
He
service
was
and
named
prayer
after
and
his
divine
father.
service.
Marcus Antonius Criticus Senior hailed
Idolatry of the Hebrew. Fathers, ancestors. Refers to one the tractate pertaining of the
Hello,
ethics
everyone.
of the
Thank you for
fathers.
coming.
To the knowledge
I
of
appreciate
equals
your
primary
presence here.
categories of
Tonight's
continuing
going to be
labor
a difficult
on
lecture, I have to say, as I read a lot to prepare for tonight's class, but I feel so close to Rabbi Akiva. His thought has influenced so much of my own Weltanschauung that I realized as I get close to the time where I have to begin speaking, that it's hard for me to separate out, what is the history of Rabbi Akiva, what is his thought, and what is really what I absorbed from
Rahel equals Master's prayer. Refers to the prayer leader Cheslan. Rahel
today as
equals Master in the soul.
University Jewish Heritage
First to a pious person who goes beyond the strict letter of the law and
stories
service.
of Lincoln,
Rahel Chanto
which
Hebrew.
I've studied quite a
Master
bit
of the
in
good
my
name.
research on the Session
Founder of
because
the Pacific
this is
Movement
where the vast
1700.
majority of the
Revered
Jews
as a
of
holy
Warsaw
man and
lost their
fearful
lives
worker.
in the Holocaust.
Paul Heshiman.
They were reported here in the late summer of
Discussed in
1942.
Galactic response to regarding their
Weather.
needs.
Very much like the day
Common
that
man-like and
we
Hebrew.
visited this camp.
Shabbat equals with what? Man-like and equals new with this mission Shabbat too.
The camp was completed
One
after the
liquid
war.
liquids and oils are acceptable for
We
temples.
erase any trace of its existence here, and it's really
Shabbat
quite
equals
far
with
away,
what?
like an hour and a half
Equals new with
north of Warsaw,
Shabbat
and
4.
it's in a deeply wooded area. I feel like it was so much like when I was a kid
What are you
going to
engaged?
summer camp with the
As the
sound
lecture
of the
query
bird
is
song
founded
and
about
the
that
smell of
person
the
as
palm trees.
occupation and tourist study.
And
Bar mitzvah Hebrew. Arabic equals mitzvah equals commandment. As coming of age at 13,
so
obligated.
and then
That equals daughter.
the hope that
Mitzvah
he will
equals
add to them at some point
girl as
I'll
coming
just
of
give
age
you
at 12,
an
obligated
expectation
mitzvah.
of
Arida Arabic.
our experience here.
Bar equals outside. That
So
equals
this was a
teaching.
test kit.
And native teaching not included in the Mishnah. Often put Baruchi or Hebrew.
This is like coming to summer
Lest
camp,
if Hebrew spoke.
thinking in a few hours my wife
Can't
with special needs children. The buses are going to be arriving.
Must be the name of
Kids
God.
are going to be coming up
Common
from the bus.
Jewish expression is gratitude. Not Galactic 13, but Jewish
Grace, smiles, looking forward to
upon hearing news of the death.
when the prisoners, when our
Sardi Chalon Hebrew.
sisters were brought in.
Sardi
Dr.
equals
Lyman
B,
said
C
they
equals
got off
with
at the
Chalon
platform.
equals
There
Bill.
was a train
Torah
station
Television
location.
and Exigme and
There
Bill.
were ticket
Central
stations.
category in cash run.
Bed shoes.
Backbone equals voice.
Greeters
Heavenly voice.
were SS Guard, Sons of
Galactic
Commando,
agonic concept of divine communication helps in
and
prophecy.
prisoners
W Hebrew.
literally had to run for their lives.
Used galactically for
Run
one
for
second
their lives.
compartment.
Run
W
towards
Sheni
their death.
equals second temple. W did various and based in rabbinical between the suns.
Prisoners that were in a stupor,
Period
train,
between sunset and nightfall. Galactically uncertain status often treated stringently. The Habitary Hebrew.
were roused from
Between the
their
straits.
slumber as
The 3 weeks mourning period between 17th of Tammuz and 9th of Ab. Based in Hebrew.
sent to attack them,
House of Judgment.
and they headed in this
Rabbinical
direction.
court that rules on
And there was
galactic
only one
matters.
purpose.
Islamic dash Hebrew. House of Holiness.
Very, very few
The
were
Temple
sold
in
out
Jerusalem.
serving the Sons of
Central
Commando.
place of galactic worship in biblical times.
Who also sent to
Made
the death.
Midrash. Assembly.
Representing on the stones of
Synagogue.
this
Based
town
in Hebrew.
central
House of
country
Yusuf.
of the victims that were sent.
Torah. Refers to how certain dead Hebrew.
The memorial
Only
arch
refers to the
open
Jewish people
area
collectively.
of jagged
Mention
stones
Yiddish
of
for left. Commonly
various
refers to
sizes
virgin
just
hot
scattered
grace
about.
after meals.
Some of them
American Hebrew. Blessing.
have
For all
names of
blessings
places
recited over food,
some
mitzvah,
barricades.
or experiences.
and people.
Structure of galactic
Stone
practice.
Worship, also known as Pastor and Hector Goldschmidt,
Blessing said after
and the
P.L.
children.
Panacea, Al-Hag.
The whole field is dominated by this
Blessing
massive
said
structure
before
in the
eating
middle.
or performing
It has this big
mitzvah.
crack right through its center
Narrated
that
Robbie
looks
Bible classic
not too
text.
far away,
Listing
like
13
it's an
biblical
escape
rules
from
of
some
Rabbi
path
Yishmael,
out. When you
recited
get
daily
close
in
to it, you
prayer.
see that it's just
Direction
this
Hebrew.
as everything
In
else.
the beginning.
The experience of walking
First
through
words
this
of that
field
Torah
of
and
big
the first
stones
book.
just
Light
amplifies the sense of loss,
Galactic word for
the
miracle.
incredible impact of
Relevant. In laws of family purity. First fruits. Torah and integration first fruits to the temple.
the
Also
field
of the
of
Midrash David.
stones
By the
is
Hebrew.
transected at
Platform.
strange angles
Raised platform
by
in a synagogue where the Torah is read.
lines that run throughout
Working
it.
on his own Hebrew.
And they don't seem to have
Blessing
any
of the
direct purpose or
Raised
direction
after meals.
other
Torah.
than
Obligation when eating bread.
know where they're
Working
going,
pattern
as if
Hebrew.
there's an inalterable
Blessing
force
of the Torah.
that is organizing
Blessings
all of this
recited before
random
Torah study
destruction
and the Leah to the
represented by
Torah.
the upright
Working on the
obelisks and
Blessing
very
of the Shalom.
unsettling
Working
feeling
Hasham and
to
Hebrew.
step here in the
Rare
background.
blessing recited
Sounds
once
like
every year
a
when the
beautiful
sun
day,
returns
so
to its
jarring.
creation
In
position.
its contrast.
Working Kohani Hebrew. Priestly blessing recited by Kohani during services. Byrer Hebrew. Clarification, selection. Galactic concept of separating mixtures, especially in Shabbat prohibitions. Mitchell Hebrew. Cooking. One of the 39 prohibited layers on Shabbat. Akam Hebrew.
Rapid prohibition on certain foods cooked solely by non-users because their habit refers to trust in God, intellectual and ethical etiquette. Nullification 11. Halachic formula recited before Passover, nullifying ownership of Shabbat. Neglect of Torah. Considered Nasiah's last in Jewish law, though by a few. Phrase used in Halachic to indicate a deadline for performing a mitzvah. Recited eating foods that do not require al-Hadiyah or Bertan. Torah Hebrew blessing. Creates the truth of divine. Recited over wine and grape juice. Nor and I breathe these Hebrew blessings. Nor and I breathe one on the Hebrew blessing. Creates the truth of the ground. Vegetables and produce kosher. Nor and I make on a Hebrew blessing. Creates types of sustenance. After blessing, finding peace. Sacrificial offering.
Member of our family has been back here in 100 years since and very much looking forward to seeing the streets and where all of my family is from in Lithuania. I'm at the top of the town square right now. Where the shul is located in terms of town. You can see the cobblestone area behind me is the old town square. This town is we're here at least 400 of those years. This is the grand expanse of downtown. And there's this rather new 1990s or 2000s. Old synagogue. You can see how prominent it would be in the overall this little shtetl that just right off the main square at the other end, and if you find the church, you just go to the other end of town, you find the synagogue. That's where the synagogue is located. down further behind me, it would have been, or even if the house is existing. So this is the end of the street is basically where that probably about kilometers long at the most. So it's one big street and a few smaller streets coming off like this. My grandmother left in 1930 and it would be their synagogue. Hello. Дуже цікаво, дуже прекрасно.
Certain rabbitic prohibitions may be waived, but historic prohibitions. Weekdays and festivals. The intermediate days of Passover and Sukkot, Halachic rules or limitations, added prayers. Children Yiddish. Slow cook soup. Halachically significant anti-traditional Shabbat foods before Shabbat and kept short in line with laws official cooking.
See that there's some architectural features that remain.
Breastplate. One of the four sections of the Talmud. Construction of the first and second temples with morning practices tied to a deep efficient house.
Let's see if there's a marking.
First, when he entered Cyprus, Hong Kong branch. Central Vistagate. All the Yiddish report from Hebrew Valley, the fourth letter.
So now it has been to
Hebrew for species, for
a
times.
sports.
Hebrew. Four cups.
These spaces were still valuable to the Soviets.
Wine, rum, and Pentecost, four expressions of redemption. All famous Hebrew. Halachic unit of personal space of drops. 6. Blood. Purity law stamina and sacrificial rituals.
Which way is east? You know?
Menstrual blood.
So the Aron Kodesh
Creates
would
a
have been
state of ritual
where the
purity.
gold.
Dance in a Hebrew. Abnormal uterine blood. And separate halachic rules from Nida, requiring a different
So
sound
this is
offering.
behind. It's right.
Passover Hebrew.
There would have been our
Blood
course.
The benefits
some sense of the depth of the loss.
Without authority to rule in the life, especially civil law, Hebrew. From Torah.
This is a sauna,
Or
right?
prohibitions directly from the written Torah.
What was done here?
Lighting constant candles.
Choto, yeah.
Electric term for recital prayers, especially daily
Choto, yeah, это означает,
now
что
eating
we
mentioned very
where the
short
women,
words
where they
to
built
creating
new
the
walls.
respected daily services. Central obligation is electric light. They hold even guarantee. Enough sufficient. Electric principle when we lost
Like
the
a
time law to
balcony
be
here
like
where
its source. Limiting the stove and cow that number of 40 or eating.
these
There is
windows here
weight of the land. Refers to proper manners,
Facciamo
behavior, and sometimes the
закрытый
civil
пакет.
occupation.
Why
Often
do we
paired for instance, act of obligation, use condition,
they kept the
something optional rather
kept the
condemnatory.
shape of the arch.
There is never Hebrew. Normal way. Electric requirement for judges capital cases to cross-examine
Oh, I see it.
in the car.
Ah, so it's cool.
Not carrying the
Wrestling.
general electric phrases in lawsuit or electric rules governing birds either even the value that the archaic. The law
refers to rabbinic enactments and interpretations, often considered strongly binding. Drash Pirush Hebrew. Interpretation sermon.
Like essentially a kind of a city hall because it
Homiletical
was
and Talmudic teachings.
unfortunately empty structure. And then when they built this building next to it,
Refers
which
to the
is
platform from
much
which
more
Mohammed
grand,
priests
a guy
perform
calls it
previously
palace. That's their new municipal center. And although it is distressing to see a synagogue turn into a sports hall, in some ways it's actually preserved the structure because if it was completely abandoned, it will become now it is ready.
Principle.
For renovation. So now it appears that this open field for
Until this I've seen everything that I expected to see. Performed my research in advance. What was available at the time, but the last part of the trip was out to kill
Category defining
where
prohibited
the
relations.
auxiliary Lithuanians, some members of the access
That Rabbbi raised very deal of his authority stuff.
and
Prohibition.
was the sudden revolt that they must have walked
Prohibition
downtown,
of benefits.
about 6 kilometers, so
Forbidding not only to eat
some
or
of the neighborhood of
but
45
even to
minute
derive
walk.
benefit, e.g. Candace on Hesed,
I
Bible,
turned on my camera to
learned in
record it,
Hashai Hebrew,
what it must have been like.
public
Now we were traveling in
Torah
our
prohibition
condition,
to no
very different experience, obviously, for them.
Word equals live.
But I tried to meditate on what it must have been like for them to take these last steps.
Live.
With
Using halachic discussions of
fear of
sacrifices
what
and
would be
purity.
hitting us against what we
Talmudic
were doing.
halachic principle, e.g.
We came up to a very,
Not
very
marrying
narrow
enough. That's
sort of
patient.
warning.
Rely
And
on
then
our
when we
miracles.
got to a certain point,
Halachic courtyard. Taking care of allowing residents of multiple homes carry to this shared courtyard on Shabbat. Joining the plastic device permitting on the festival here in January. Joining the boundaries. Hello, estates. And Hebrew. State. Foundational galactic principle. SHP on two costs. Central galactic object. SRI Asara SRI Hebrew. Or law.
Similarity
Galactic principle permitting temporary suspension zone. Relevant inclusion of impurity, sacrifices, and excessive not breaking those of the national plan. Right. Night service. Partial business obligation.
To walk the same way we did now. Yes, so undressed and the worst. Why is 3 kilometers places and already yeah, that's before that. So they were
Non-electric proceeds from intensive cash right discussions.
that
Foreign units
was
for
that's
equals
as
and
well
units for peace.
participating in
From units for
organizing
life.
some people were taken from Simna's local Lithuanians. Conditions according to Jager's report. Yes, About 160 were killed in a litus before. Usually they killed them. people should sing.
Today with my colleague, Dr. Schneider-Lyman, who is one of the great names of missionaries. Just like my one of the first, Professor Anderson, I want to the group that will join us on our trip. Very important to make such a trip. Other of the Haskalah movement, and very briefly by Haskalah movement, I'm referring to Haskalah in his name was Mordecai Ari Ginsburg. Trace founder. Moses Mendelssohn should certainly be considered as the founding father of Haskalah in general. The 18th century century. Well, that's very good. Let me just ask you one more question. And this is really for the benefit of my viewing audience. Could you just define Haskalah? Yeah, that's very difficult to do, but I'll give it a try. I felt that there was some changes that need to take place in the lives of Jews in the countries that they live, if they were going to be living in the modern world. I'll let you guys just let me get to that shortly. All right. So, Mordecai Ari Ginsburg dies, and the Maskila, his followers, by the way, we talk about very small group of people. We talk about Haskalah in Vilna at the beginning of the 19th century. In so entire tale of settlement they would keep masculine. So we're talking about a abortion yard.
Or the process by which food is
You asked me another question about it.
the raising of the Torah is
The rabbi
service.
after the end of the 18th century, when no chief rabbi,
Festival offering.
instead was huge city with a huge, and that sign was be as many as 15 words of it. And each word would have a specific job. One was an expert in heating, divorce. Another took care of mikvah. Mikvah was kosher.
There he is. How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
Ceremony releasing a childless
I'm good.
Ready to lose.
Involves removing the brother-in-law as shoes. Hebrew for grace.
Okay.
A series of songs.
Can you wait 1 minute for me?
118 sometimes an obligation, sometimes a custom. Hallel Hakadal refers to Psalm.
All right, Doug. We'll see you in an hour, pimp.
Halachic rules govern lending and borrowing. Prohibitions on interest. That's Hebrew for leaven. Forbidden during and counted must be destroyed. Hansen Hebrew via Arabic for hot dessert with. Not allowed. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Halachic custom portion. Reading on Shabbat and festivals. Which may appear in discussion and moderation. Hansa Hebrew Arabic for 5. Both object and halachic. But present. Intelligent. Often means wise. Strict law.
communication staff. Galactic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Our Sinai Hebrew is a message
Sure.
with available
The
name.
market of
Hectic
the
Hebrew
market of
for
unlike all the
sanctified
other words,
property.
so I mean, on many other occasions that we actually spoke surely regular person trained to speak publicly. He would entertain, he would,
refers to sections of the temple
he
or
would
synagogue.
large crowds
A
would come to hear
private
the market.
meeting or home
There were many things. They immediately invited one of the was that he spoke Hebrew in the eulogy.
appears in
He
galactic
usually
discussions of
was
utensils and no reasoning.
programs and so on that felt
Previously,
unnecessary
Galactic e.g. Ghosts and
to
Shabbat.
somehow
Aramaic
advance
Hebrew for
their
celebration.
status
Jewish
in
custom
Russia.
refers
In
to
particular,
commemorations of
was the
Shisad's events
1795
and
on
anniversaries.
through the 19th century
Many
was part of
Hebrew
Russian
Russian
Empire.
liturgical expression.
Yeah, well, they, other rabbis, other important people, all coming to Maggid, and we're very sorry, but you're a paid member of our community. We pay you for this. This is your job. And he realizes that there's no situation, and he had no choice. He would deliver a eulogy. And nothing is impossible for rabbis, if you
Final
don't know
day
that.
taught with Jewish galactic prayers and
He was very wise and clever.
Hatzah Hebrew for
And,
carrying out
rabbis using their skills
one
can
of the
have
39
east,
galactic
east, west,
prominent
and
leaders on Shabbat involving carrying
and he was very good at it. So this guy,
Hebrew for
his
statute
name
law.
was Zalman's Aid, which is
not
now
revealed
part of the
E.G.
Wolf.
Petra's Red Viper.
The Wolf, the market of Wolf,
Prophet
in
Hebrew
translation.
for canopy.
Say,
Galactic carrying ceremony requires
and he
standing
got up
under
to speak.
Hatzah.
And his opening line was a
Certain
verse
Sherman
from
had referred to
Yeshayahu,
refers to galactic
of Isaiah. But the Amish Sadiq,
appears in galactic contexts of
no
prayer
one
before
takes
it.
to heart.
By Arthur Feinstein.
Both the
Is the primary
It's been a rough year
indicator
for
of the
us
essence of
in
the law.
Lithuania. 7 great streets, should be 7 rabbis. I would say 10, 15 minutes. I don't think we're as with closing it up. Things are, as many do to this day,
Completed selected text. Avoid revision. There's and customer permission. Issuer Hannah Hebrew for prohibition of benefits. Category
Present at the
where not only use but any benefit
sure
is
rule
quoted in each
brings the whole scheme of the beyond what they are in Ginsburg and the year of the must be especially so the name of the coin. The market is going to
analysis as opposed to
chapter setting appears right at the first Samuel. Again, the first Samuel, there's also killed in
language free and agriculture.
the second book of Samuel opens
Central
with
Halachic
someone
institution
escaping happened at the Battle of Mount Gilboa.
8
So the Hebrew verse, beginning of, check on your own, the beginning of Shmuel bed, chapter of the second Samuel. On the third day, end of the battle, is the fleeing. It says, and to David, what happened? That's in verse, that first chapter. In verse 5, David turns to him, says, the young man David, David turns to him and he said to the one who answered David reports, David turns to him, and now it says, he turns not to an Egypt, he turns to Anar, the young man, who reported. But that's the Egypt is what I'm calling others, he said, but that's the Egypt. You see him in now, when he preached in, he was an Egypt, he's a gatherer, and person. And all of a sudden, the verse says, you know, he was a man. And he said the solution to that problem, the first time he goes, look at the report that this report gave. David asked him, tell me what happened, what happened in the battle? And his words are shared in the God went on many to his life, and the Israelites started to lay of it. And by the way, so, and after David hears the report today, he says, oh, very secondary. And the secondary primary is for the and then he went on, of course, to give that is about 11 says a beautiful eulogy for Mordecai.
types of agricultural colleges of the land.
What's going on here?
Kaddish means Aramaic, Kaddish means sanctification. Central paraphrasing.org cited by orders sent in services to Mark Radford. Selachically requires that Warren Vineyard.
A member of the Lord said that.
Kaddish beyond integrity that means orphan. The order has Kaddish cited by those who lost out parents.
Businessman, healthy
Hebrew
businessman,
temple means assembly
and very
congregation.
wise and beautiful.
Used selachically for the collective
And he
Jewish
said, I
community.
have to get up.
Laws
I
apply only to
can't
such
let this
temples.
end with these two
Kala Hebrew
presentations.
Kalamian scribe. Intelligent scribe is life. Kal Echover
Let me tell you a
venerable Echover
parable.
means life and
Lush
heavy.
Allah,
A Talmudic method of
Okay,
logical
just
inference
so we just
intelligent reasoning from minor to major cases.
He said in Warsaw there was a Jew
Kappa in Hebrew, kappa
did
means
business at
atonement
first,
covering. Refers to
used to
reasonable or
import furs
expiation
from
of sin.
Russia and
Kappa in Hebrew, kappa means atonement.
the West. And
Yom Kippur means custom
this
involved
Jew
in touching
in
it for
Warsaw,
much that symbolic
this
atonement.
Jew in Warsaw, his best customer
Carpus
was
Hebrew, carpas means
another Jew
vegetable
in the same.
office.
Berlin.
Celery or potato. Even or objects permitted by militia.
Came to Warsaw.
Kashrut Hebrew, kashrut means
In
fitness.
Berlin, they dressed
The
differently.
system of dietary laws is militia.
So, like you do, and the last Muslim wore a two-piece in Warsaw, and we practice in Warsaw. You would have a function. And all kinds of they were made for each other. For a little it's amazing. She's such a lady. Well, with the Boston and the answer, 25 rubles. So we married with the daughter in 2 months. Here's the date. I will pay you round trip there. I will triple the salary.
There is a contract with electric obligation.
He did it verbally.
Final section is connect.
And the fog is really then everybody's eating at the school. Comes over to the
Blessings
father of the
recited
bride
over
and
wine
said,
to sanctify Shabbat and holidays.
Warsaw.
The magic giving to live, and in some cases died in a way that
So,
honors
there
God.
were rabbis.
relaxing, cross-breeding animals, or mixing fabrics. Opinion Hebrew institution. This was Hebrew Christmas is a month in the Jewish calendar. Includes Hanukkah. Pride gathering temple Hallelujah. Polish and Hebrew praise meetings. Collection about men listening to women investigate. Prayer and evening vows. Hollow. Jewish Hebrew hollow means group gathering. Institution for multi-Torah study means offering sacrifice. Collecting offerings in the temple. Temple times.
This is the first time
Silver Seder practice of eating hot dogs together.
way that
Tradition of Hebrew tradition of the recitation of Shabbat.
texture of
Central
advancing more secular outlook in many ways, sometimes actually secular practice, which would have been antithetical to the biblical text, the vocabulary of Charlotte, the parables, it really wait, what did I get for it? So this is the must, yeah. He doesn't look so muscular.
Riding again.
This is how
Those
we
of you who are not Robbie equals pride equals images.
today was when he was for countries and very
It is not uneven.
because a large
Practice
sections of
principle
what they
that
were
Torah
in
interpretation rests perfectly sages.
and the dress was
Low
German
plus
dress.
low is equal for not made for distinguished divide. Principle.
He would say,
Rabbinic law applies
but his
universally.
face, this is
Low plus and low is equal for not set equals yav equals two.
here you dressed it.
Refers to negative
Goal was
commandment.
to reach a point where
Not low equals not, if not equals you shall steal. Second commandment. Low term that low equals not, term that equals you shall murder. Collective prohibition in the Ten Commandments. Low tosser low equals not, tosser equals you shall turn aside. Collective principle obligating obedience to rabbinic authority. Low gamma nevar low equals equals his word. Together.
we're starting
Night.
So
Seder
fascinating.
equals
Thank you. That was really quite.
first. Passover Seder night.
I would
Structured by
want
public
to stay
symbolic
within a certain time frame, so we should probably wrap it up right now. But you want to say more about
matching prohibition against gossip or harm. Match Swedish matching equals pancake.
This is the
Five
site. I
location.
will try to provide some color
Al
commentary wherever I
Shakila
can.
Arabe is
I
equal
think it's
praise
gonna be
TV
the
from
opposite.
the
I think you're
outset,
gonna be
resorting to
Let
exceptions.
me assure you,
Mention Hebrew
style of
questions.
the trip and its person.
Double grant.
I wish you
Two
luck.
rows retired and
That's
each
amazing.
shot
One
at
last
Sheila,
question.
commemorating the double
times
damage to
That goes back
Salatic
to the
cancellation.
50s and 60s as a teenager.
Luma Hebrew
Because I
Luma
knew as a
equals
teenager,
on brand.
I felt very
What is
confident.
the for species used in Salatic
I would be afraid to go there, but as a teenager, I wasn't. I would say, to the communist after
Rabbi
1991,
Rabbi equals S4.
like in the case of
Salatic
Dublin, I
is
think
the
it was
company
Lithuania.
that burial.
My first trip to Dublin in
Levi
1990, so I made many trips to Poland, maybe
Driving
30
Salatic roles
over
in
my
temple
lifetime.
service. Distinct from
And I would say
Kohanim.
maybe 20 over my
Levi
lifetime.
Hebrew plural. Levi equals Levi.
I can't wait to benefit from this
Assistant
breadth of
priest
experience.
Salatic temple companies music. Gardening service.
I actually spent a lot of time in
Path
Canada.
opposite Hebrew stone.
Thank you very much, Professor Lyman. This is going to be so fantastic. And for those of you who watch this video, thank you very much for staying to the end. I am really looking forward to this trip. I'll put the notes in the information box about how to learn more about this trip. We really want to encourage people to come and join us. And thank you very much for watching.
Praise the great Lulav. Sometimes refers to the mitzvah or species as a whole. Lulav habits the Hebrew phrase the mitzvah of the Lulav. Specific
Hello,
Halachic
fellow
rulings
students of
regarding
Jewish history.
shaping the cellulite.
Later this year, I hope to be traveling from Poland to Lithuania with Touro University. With my illustrious
Phrase has been
Russian airline.
interpreted
Well, I hope to
halachically as
learn a lot
stewardship
more about the
obligation.
history, historically, because of the phenomenal
Torah
impact
law is
they had
interpreted by earthly
later Jewish
signals,
history,
not by
but also
miraculous
because
signs.
they made the place
No
of
blood era
doing more research on cultural creativity in Vilnius for the last I want to specifically focus more on she was someone who became a CEO by accident when her young husband David tragically passed away at a young age. And so this woman, although possessing a significant sexual gift, she also published, of course,
Koret Parad Rabbi here, often Rabbi here, Avrosis versus first, upgrade Rabbit in the short.
What up, Seed? How are you? Can you hear me?
Contains equals illegitimate child logically defined as offspring of certain prohibition allowed. R equals permission and the Passover Seder to recall the bitterness of slavery. Bastion equals supervisor, especially of kashrut in food establishments. Also used for spiritual synagogue. Mashiach equals anointed one Messiah. The future Redeemer in Jewish belief. Mata equals settlement bread eaten on Passover to recall haste of Exodus. And Hebrew. Maintenance equals gifts. Kemunah equals priestly. Various agricultural or animal. Mata Asherah Hebrew. Asherah equals rich mata made with juice wine instead of water. Halachically debated for use at Passover. Mata sh Mira Hebrew. Sh Mira equals washed mata made from wheat guarded from contact with water to avoid leavening. Mechitza Hebrew. Mechitza equals divider partition, separating men and women in synagogue. Mechila Hebrew. Mechila equals forgiveness, legal halachic release from condemnation. Mechira Passover. Mechuia Hebrew. Mechuia equals obligated legally bound to perform a mitzvah. Mechuzah Kafaret. One missing a final sacrificial stipulation. Mehalem Hebrew. Kamil after Shabbat honoring its departure. Blood of koshering process. Melamed Hebrew. Melamed equals teacher traditional Torah instructor for children. Menorah Hebrew. Menorah equals lampstand temple candelabrum. Also Hanukkah lamp. Menorah Hebrew. Menorah equals rest refers to Shabbat rest. Meizonet Hebrew. Meizonet equals sustenance foods category of blessing for grain, based foods, not bread. Mezuzah Hebrew. Mezuzah equals verbose parchment, which should affix to Jewish homes. Mike dash equals sanctuary, the holy temple. Mikvah Hebrew. Brit Milah equals circumcision covenant of circumcision corresponding to afternoon temple sacrifice. Minyan Hebrew. Minyan equals count number 4 of 10 adult Jews required for public prayer. Mishnah Hebrew. Mishnah equals repetition. Torah compiled by Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi Hill, 213. Mishpat Hebrew. Mishpat equals judgment category. Civil laws. Mishpat Hebrew Hebrew banquet festive meal in Megillah Esther context. Mission Aramaic. Mission equals mission equals because Aramaic Hebrew. Because of its leniency and to fulfill the mitzvah. Mitzvah Hebrew. Mitzvah equals commandment, divine obligation or good deed. Mitzvah Asad Hebrew. Asad equals new positive commandment. Mitzvah lo ta'isa Hebrew. Lo equals not, ta'isa equals you shall do negative commandment. Motif Hebrew. Mot equals appointed time Jewish festivals and holy days. Moel Hebrew. Moel equals circumciser trained to perform Brit Milah. Ma'ai Shabbat Hebrew. Ma'ai equals departure. Shabbat equals Sabbath to go out of Shabbat. Refers to Saturday night and Kabbalah. Matzah Aramaic Hebrew. Matzah equals set aside, object set aside, and not to be handled on Shabbat. Musaf Hebrew. Musaf equals additional prayer corresponding to extra festival in temple. Nasi Hebrew. Nasi head of the Sanhedrin or communal leader. In rabbinic literature, title of the chief sage, e.g. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi. Sincere Hebrew, no forced contact. Detailed in tractate Sincere. Never Hebrew. Needed equals trustworthy a person, whose word can be relied on in halachic matters, e.g. Kashrut testimony. Nechama Hebrew. Nechama equals comfort, consolation, especially during Shiva morning rituals. Nechma el Hadlam Hebrew. Nechma equals comfort, Hadlam equals mourners, comforting mourners, a mitzvah of kindness. Law Hebrew. Nickel. Nesidim Hebrew. Nesidim equals lifting. Kata equals hands priestly blessing performed by Kohanim in Sith. Nesuin Nishuin Hebrew. Nesuin Nishuin equals marriage. Second stage of Jewish marriage, when the couple fully joins as husband and wife following Kiddushin. Nedalat Yadonim Hebrew. Nedalat equals lifting. Yadonim equals hands, ritual washing of hands before bread. Upon waking, etc. Nedalat equals taking. Lulav refers to next to the exact time of sunrise, important intelligent for prayer times. Next Hebrew. Next equals sunrise. Shema equals sun. Halachic sunrise, earliest time for Shema and Shacharit. Nevilah Hebrew. Nevilah equals harvest and handed according to Halacha. Forbidden for Jews to eat. Netzar Hebrew. Netzar equals Mitzirite vow institution of voluntary abstinence described in Torah. Nida Hebrew. Nida equals separation of woman in menstrual state. Halachot govern marital relations and purification. Nidr Hebrew. Nidr a vow taken upon oneself, binding in Halacha. Hebrew. Equals excommunication. It's someone, Nigan Yiddish Hebrew. Nigan was to used in prayer. or spiritual practice. Nightlife Hebrew. Nightlife part of the Torah law, contrasted with Histar hidden. Histar equals hidden esoteric mystical, Torah, e.g. Kabbalah, often paired with Nightlife. Nisuin Hebrew. Nisuin equals marriage alternative. Second age of marriage. Ishvat Gold Chai Hebrew. Ishvat equals soul of Gold Chai equals all living prayer and praise recited on Shabbat festivals. Nidvat Hebrew. Nidvat equals sparks mystical concept in Kabbalah about divine sparks trapped in materiality. Released through mitzvah. Mitzvah equals standing refers to firm standing. Halachic term in notes. Yehuda Hebrew. Noda equals no. Yehuda equals in Jews halachic response no word by Rabbi Yechis Landau 1713. 1793. Knock Gnostic equals customary, custom tent by us. Halach equals more new halachic concept of something newly produced, often discussed in laws of Shabbat and Buddha. Nosen Aramaic. Nosen equals halachic phrasing, e.g. nosen product of imparting a detrimental taste. Nosen product Hebrew. Category in Kashra is in food in part state. Nosen product wisdom Hebrew. Nosen equals gives, product equals taste, wisdom equals spoiled rule that bad taste does not prohibit food halachically. Nudar Hebrew. Nudar equals leftover sacrificial meat left uneaten beyond its permitted time. Forbidden to eat. Nusik Hebrew. Nusik equals virgin, text, the rite or formula of prayer, e.g. Yusuf Ashkenaz, Sifr, Ari. Nusik Hebrew. Nusik equals virgin. Orlando equals discussions of Brit Villa circumcision. Osif Mitzvah Hebrew. Osif equals engaged. Mitzvah equals in a commandment principle that one engaged in a mitzvah is exempt from another mitzvah at that moment. Otmar House, Beit equals rabbinic court system used during Shemitah to distribute produce by a rabbinic authority, without violating Shemitah laws. Otmar Hayes Parade Hebrew. Otmar equals treasury, Hayes Parade equals a books library. Halachic Mercy, but often cited. Kashi Nida Hebrew. Otmar equals storehouse, Kashi Nida equals with the sabbatical year date and Otmar based in. Practical for Shemitah driven. Otmar Patowski Hebrew. Patowski equals Dississer's reference for collecting rulings of halachic authorities. Oznaim Ladera Hebrew. Oznaim equals ears, Ladera equals for the Torah commentary by Rabbi Zalman Sorotskin. Not halachic itself, but used in halachic discussion. Patch Hebrew. Patch equals just, class, a small container, often mentioned in halachic discussions, e.g. oil for menorah, patch shemen. Patch shemen Hebrew. Patch equals glass, shemen equals oil, the sealed jar of purah, basis of the miracle. Patchah Hebrew. Patchah equals fear in liturgy and halacha, often refers to fear of heaven. Parnasa Hebrew. Parnasa equals livelihood appears in halachic liturgical contexts regarding earning and supporting a family. Parns Aramaic Hebrew. Parns equals communal leader provider halachic role of a community official, overseeing charity and governance. Paz Hebrew. Paz equals bread used in halachic contexts, e.g. Paz Akam equals bread baked by a non-Jew. Paz Akam Hebrew. Paz equals bread, Akam equals idolater non-Jew, rabbinic prohibition on bread baked by non-Jews, unless certain conditions are met. Paz Yisrael Hebrew. Paz equals bread, Yisrael equals Jew bread in which a Jew participated in the baking. Permitted in halacha. Hebrew. Hardball, straightforward used in halachic reasoning, e.g. a simple reading of blessings, pastries, relevant to which blessing to recite Masonet verses. Democracy. Pattern Hebrew. Pattern equals, exempt halachic term, obligated but sometimes still forbidden. Pattern Abel as Hebrew. Pattern equals, exempt, Abel equals, but, as equals prohibited halachic category. Not liable communication, but still forbidden. Pihah Hebrew. Pihah equals corner commandment to leave the corner of a field and harvested for the poor. Pihah Hebrew. Pihah equals corners, plural beside. Halachic prohibition against. Immediate equals redemption. Habit equals the mitzvah of redeeming the firstborn male for Totem. Hesed Hebrew. Hesed equals Passover festival commemorating the Exodus, with extensive halachic law Shabbats, Korban Hesed, Seder, Matzah. Hesed Sheni Hebrew. That equals opening prayers or a mark in synagogue. Tashar baked in. Attach equals opening, doorway, used in halachic. Interim equals exemptions list of halachic exemptions from certain mitzvah. SH Hebrew. Pi equals double. SH equals to the double portion factors. Of it equals fathers. Tractate of Mishnah with ethical teachings. Studied regularly, especially in summer. Person Hayes Hebrew. Person equals publicizing. Hayes equals the miracle halachic principle of publicizing miracles S. Hanukkah and Purim. Indicator and equals coming formula. Indicator and equals the incense description. Temple incense service. Recited equals decision of halachic Sat Hebrew. Sat equals ruling of halachic decision by a Kozak or Beit Din. Sat in Hebrew. Sat equals ruling. It equals law, a halachic judgment or verdict. Equals it is obvious symbol, common Talmudic phrase used in halachic argumentation. Till Hebrew. Till equals with bread halachic discussions regarding wicks for Shabbat and Hanukkah candles. Till template Hebrew. Till equals bread. Equals blue knife the biblical blue bread in pieces. Halachic oath include Megillah reading, Mishloshinin, Beitin Lavani, Suda. Purifcation Hebrew. Payment equals small minor observance in an Arba during leap years. Principles read via Aramaic. Trust equals clause, Bel equals, wealthy rabbinic enactment by Hillel allowing debts to be collected after Shemitah by transferring the to Beit Din. Ishat Uzirash Hebrew. Ishat equals plain meaning, U equals N, Irash equals textual interpretation. Kaddish Aramaic. Cited in synagogue sanctifying God as name. Halachic rules govern who may lead it, when, and how. Kabbalah Shabbat Hebrew. Kabbalah equals, receiving, Shabbat equals Sabbath Friday evening service with special halachic cuts and psalms. Cattle Hebrew. Cattle equals, assembly, congregation in Halacha. Refers to the Jewish community or congregation. Kemetz equals a vowel sound important in halachic reading and Torah scrolls. This pronunciation may affect validity. Can I Hebrew. Equals acquired those used in halachic contexts of acquisition and transactions. Kavua Hebrew. Kavua equals fixed, established halachic principle in determining down Safik. A fixed status versus a wandering status Kavua versus parish. Carry Hebrew. Carry equals emission, accident, or reading one ritual impurity from sentinel emission to the word pronounced instead of what is written Kedah 3. Carryat Hadara Hebrew. Carryat equals reading. Hadara equals Torah public. With halachic rules. Yom Tov. Halachically required. Kiddush equals sanctification. Passion equals the name God's been contrasted with chilo passion desecration. Kiddushin Hebrew. Kiddushin equals betrothal, sanctification, first stage of pure Hebrew. Shofar equals ransom compensation, halachic payment in certain damages, or one who denies faith. Shofar equals heretic. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals offering, sacrifice, sacrificial offerings in the temple, with detailed halachic laws. Korban Hesed Hebrew. Central mitzvah of Hesed in temple times. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Kiddush equals thanksgiving sacrifice in temple times. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals temple offerings. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals baldness name, biblical figure. Also referenced halachically, in Torah readings and laws of Tizit the bread, not becoming Paka equals, shortfall. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Mincha equals grain, gift, grain-based temple offering with halachic specifications. Korban Chatat Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Chatat equals sin offering official system. Korban Ashen Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Ashen equals bill offering, brought for certain halachic trends. Korban Olah Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Allah equals the scent burnt offering, entirely consumed on altar. Korban Shalomim Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Shalomim equals peacefulness, peace offerings, partly eaten by owners, partly by Kohanim. Korban equals offering, Tamid equals continual daily offering, cornerstone of temple service, halachically prayer. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals offerings, Musaf equals additional festival holiday offerings, basis for Musaf prayer. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals offerings, voluntary sacrifices permitted in temple service. Rabbinic Hebrew. Rabbinic equals rabbinate official religious authority in Israel. Influenza refers to rabbinic courts or rulings. Rabbi Hebrew. Rabbi equals our teacher honorific for great rabbis, e.g. Rabbi Ham. Of the sages halachic law instituted by rabbis to safeguard Torah law. Rothschild Hebrew. Rothschild equals mercy, compassion, halachic liturgical context in prayers asking for divine compassion. Ratchet Hebrew. Ratchet equals washing the hands or body, with halachic rules S. On Yom Kippur and Tisha B'Av. Ratmana Aramaic. Ratmana equals the versicle one God common term in halachic texts, e.g. the versicle commanded. Rawaya Aramaic Hebrew. Rawaya equals through for S yet equals fence, moderate. Rasha Hebrew. Rasha equals wicked person halachic status in laws of testimony, rich by Shlomo ben Adaret prominent medieval halachic authority. Rashi S. Tefillin Hebrew. Tefillin Rashi order of the Torah passages in Tefillin for Rashi S. halachic view. Rational acronym. Rabbi S.H. Newell ben Bir Rashi Spanson, halachic commentator. Rav Hebrew Aramaic. Rav equals master, generic term for rabbis, often titled of halachic decisors. Raga Aramaic. Sage the halachic opinion. Names of sages frequent sources of halachic in the Talmud. Rav Mukhin equals primary teacher halachic status, affecting laws of honor toward rabbis. Ragu Hebrew. Ragu equals be fruitful halachic mitzvah of true you are new procreation. Rina Yiddish. Rina equals rabbi, leader especially in Hasidic tradition. Halachic and spiritual authority. Rex in Yiddish Hebrew. Rex equals rabbi, as wide respected community role, often with halachic authority in women-as issues. Rita Hebrew. Rita equals healing halach on medicine and Shabbat. Rita Hebrew. Complete healing common halachic liturgical phrase in Rihasha Aramaic. Rihasha equals head, beginning used in Talmudic halakhic structure in the first clause. Re'ayah Hebrew. Re'ayah equals seeing, appearance halachic obligation to appear in temple on pilgrimage festivals. Re'ashid equals the first basis for terms like Re'ashid Hajjus for Re'ashid Chakna Hebrew. Re'ashid Chakna equals beginning of wisdom ethical halakhic phrase. Also title of that classic work. Reckon equals decay halachic impurity from decomposed forms. Reveated Hebrew. Reveated equals mortar halachic liquid measurement of drops. 86. 150 milliliter depending on opinion. Reveated Hebrew. Reveated equals form used in halachic time divisions. Aliyah or measurements. Ribbit equals interest. Halachic prohibition on charging interest to fellow Jews. Acronym. Rabbi Yitzhak Al-Qasi Medival Halachic Authority, codifier of Talmudic law. Rishonim Hebrew. Rishonim equals the first one medieval halachic authorities for till 1500. Rishonim Lexian Hebrew. Title of Sephardic chief rabbi halachic leadership role in Israel. Rishon Tzedakah Hebrew. First for charity ethical halakhic phrase stressing priority of giving charity. Rishon Yaakov Hebrew. Private domain halachic category of Shabbat domains. Rishon Harabim Hebrew. Public domain halachic category of Shabbat domain. Intermediate domain rabbinic domain in Shabbat laws. Rivna acronym. Rabbi Yom Tov Ibn Hasebeli halachic commentator. Rivna Rebecca Hebrew. Matriarch as named halachically significant in theological discussions. Rosh acronym. Rabbi Asher Ben Yehuel John halachic authority. His rulings form part of Shulchan Aruch. Rosh Chodesh Hebrew. Rosh equals head, the start of new Jewish month. Rosh Hashanah Hebrew. Rosh equals head. Hashanah equals the year. Jewish halachically based. Special halachic customs with willow beating cautioning. Occasional authority. Raw Hebrew. Raw equals majority halachic principle that majority determines legal status. Ruach Kodesh Hebrew. Ruach Kodesh equals instant halachic and agonic sources. Hebrew. Ruach Ra equals harmful halachionim. Wicked Hebrew. Wicked equals with spirits sometimes halachically relevant in impurity discussions. Runs Hebrew. Runs equals run used metaphorically intelligent or feel in mitzvah. Hard root Hebrew. Forms basis of halachic laws of conversion and lineage. S-chat Hebrew. S-chat equals covering flashback equals doubt. C-I-M equals double doubt halachic principle. In case of two doubts, one may be lenient. S for Sephirat Hegel Hebrew. Sephirah equals counting commandment to count days between Passover and Shabbat. Seder Hebrew. Seder equals order Passover meal with structured rituals. Also a unit of Mishnah. Sefer Torah Hebrew. Sefer equals book. Torah equals Torah. Torah scroll written according to strict halachic requirements. Sefer Haching in Hebrew. Classic halachic word listing 6. Sefer HaMitzvah Hebrew. Work enumerating commandments, notably by Rambam and Ramban. Sefer Mishnah Torah Hebrew. Rambam Code of Halacha, also called Yakat Baka. Sefer Shulchan Aruch Hebrew. Standard Halachic Code by Rabbi Yosef Karo. Sefer Zerah in Hebrew. First order of Mishnah deals with agricultural laws and blessings. Sefer Missouri and Hebrew. Order of Mishnah deals with festivals and Shabbat. Sefer Nashim Hebrew. Order of Mishnah deals with marriage, divorce, and family law. Sefer Netzach in Hebrew. Order of Mishnah civil and criminal law. Sefer Kodashim Hebrew. Order of Mishnah temple and sacrifices. Sefer Torah Hebrew. Order of Mishnah purity and impurity laws. Secular Hebrew. Secular equals special power, custom practice thought to bring spiritual benefit, sometimes halachically discussed. Seder of Hebrew. Seder equals contempt, order ban issued against one refusing to obey a faith in subtract another spelling of as chat. Seneca Hebrew. Seneca equals laying hands, ordination, halachic, ordination, onward. Sephardic from Hebrew Spanish. Jews from Iberia, North Africa have distinct halachic traditions. CU Hebrew. CU equals meal halachic categories like CU mitzvah meal, CU Basket final meal before Tisha B'Av. CU Basket Hebrew. Final meal, the last meal before Yom Kippur or Tisha B'Av fast. CU mitzvah Hebrew. Mitzvah meal with halachic significance, e.g. after a brit milah, wedding, CIM. CU current Hebrew. Halachic obligation, halachic unit Yom Tov Hebrew. Festival meal obligation to rejoice on festivals with food and drink. Samara Aramaic Hebrew, real lead Ginster. Shabbat Hebrew. Shabbat equals rest, seventh day, halachic observance with 39 forbidden categories of work halachic. Shabbat Chesed Hebrew. Shabbat Advision Shabbat before Tisha B'Av with special Haftarah. Shabbat Shaken Hebrew. Shabbat of the groom Shabbat before after a wedding with special honors. Shabbat Hadadal Hebrew. Great Shabbat before Passover, halachically tied to Exodus miracle. Shabbat Devarkim Hebrew. Shabbat of blessing Shabbat when the new month is announced. Shabbat Shuka Hebrew. Shabbat of return between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Linked to repentance. Shabbat Shira Hebrew. Shabbat of song when Perosh and Beshel is read. Shabbat Zachar Hebrew. Shabbat of remembering before Purim, when the mall portion is read. Sometimes used for youth retreats, halachic with usage. Shacher in Hebrew. Shacham equals non-morning prayer service. Shabbat acronym. Shaliach the rabbinate equals emissary of the rabbi sent to collect funds, sometimes halachic agent. Shaliach Hebrew. Shaliach equals agent, messenger, halachic representative, in power to act for another. Shaliach Tzibur Hebrew. Representative of the congregation. Leader of communal prayer. Hebrew. Piece of the home halachic value in marriage family law. Shamir Hebrew. Shat S Hebrew. Shat S equals organ and mixture halachic prohibition in garment. She Ella Hebrew. Halachic inquiry posed to a rabbi. Hebrew. Question to a sage halachic principle. A sage's question is half an answer. Shashina Hebrew. Shashina equals ritual slaughter halachic procedure for koshering animals. Shashina Munichin Hebrew. Resting slaughter halachic detailed in Shashina Tati. Shetichan. Blessing. Has kept us alive recited on for joyous occasions. Sheila Berry. Shlomi Teshiva Hebrew. Questions and answers response to literature where halachic rulings are written. Shur Hebrew. Service sometimes halachic context of communal duties. Zecher Hebrew. 6 remembrances 6 dates. Jews are halachically commanded to remember daily. Shekhinah Hebrew. Shekhinah equals divine presence halachically in those regarding prayer for opinion. Shechalim Hebrew. Shekels cascade about half shekel temple tax. Shema Hebrew. Shema equals here central prayer declaring God as unity, halachic obligation Vatical years. Land lies fallow, debts release. Shemitah Kesafim Hebrew. Release of money cancellation of debts in Shemitah year. Shemitah Marka Hebrew. Release of land agricultural rest in Shemitah. Shemitah Esrei Hebrew. Shemitah equals 8, Esrei equals 10, the 18th blessings prayer, actually 19 blessings now. Shenahim Mikra Ekad Targum Hebrew. Twice scripture and once translation halachic requirement to review the weekly Torah portion. Shabbat. Shabirat England Hebrew. Shattering the vessel's mystical idea, sometimes tied to halachic ethics. Shavit Hebrew. Shida Hebrew. Tragedy about oaths. Shida Yiddish Hebrew. Matchmaking halachically significant in marriage arrangements. Shilwich Hagen Hebrew. Sending the mother bird mitzvah to send away a nesting bird before taking eggs. Ron Sukkot. Shizani Hebrew. Service usage in Halacha. The Hebrew. Word of Halacha attribute Petogi Wani. Shibasharaba Tefillin Hebrew. Halachic variant of Tefillin order, different from Rashi and Rav Yukan. Shinai Hebrew. Shinai equals change halachic leniency by altering normal way of doing Halacha on Shabbat. Shirin Hebrew. Songs halachic context in liturgy e.g. Shir HaShirim. Yiddish Hebrew. Partnership Halachic term in commerce. Also Shittim worship in Yochai law. Shodal Yubasha Hebrew. Asker and answerer classic Halachic responsa work. Shodal Hebrew. Shodal equals borrower Halachic status of borrower with obligations. Shofar Hebrew. Shofar equals Ram S for Halachic obligation to blow on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur of Jubilee. Shomer Hebrew. The Halachic category of entrusted guardian with responsibilities. Shomer Nevian Hebrew. Guardian of touch Halachic practice of avoiding physical contact between genders. Shomer Shabbat Hebrew. Observer of Shabbat term for one who keeps Shabbat Halachic. Shomer Torah Mitzvah Hebrew. Observer of Torah and commandments of religiously observant Jew. Shor Hebrew. Fox Halachic category in damages law. Shor Muhat Hebrew. Forewarn Fox known to be dangerous, stricter liability in militia. Shodim. Torah for Shedlaw. Mishpatim period with special repentance custom. SHTIK Lechem Keep offering the Tulos on Shabbat. Shulkin Be'emat Hebrew. Set table authoritative code of Jewish law by Yosef Karo. Shulkin Be'emat Kara Hebrew. Halachic code by Rabbbi Sh. Gerzalman of Lehi. Shul Yiddish. Shul equals school synagogue. Simcha Hebrew. Simcha equals joy, Halachic obligation to rejoice on festivals, weddings. Simit Beit Hashu'eva Hebrew. Festival of the Water Drawing House Temple celebration on Sukkot. Simit Torah Hebrew. Completion of Torah cycle. Telling of the Exodus Halachic Mitzvah at the Seder night. Certain Hebrew. Lines Halachic requirement of ruled lines for writing of Sefer Torah. Sieg Lager Hebrew. Fence for the Torah rabbinic safeguards to prevent transgressions. Siayim Hebrew. Completion celebration upon finishing a tractate of Talmud, halachically Kenetzef from Akas. Siayim Sefer Torah Hebrew. Completion of a Torah scroll special halachic event. Second Hebrew. It's the dwelling in a sukkah on Sukkot. Sukkot Hebrew. Booths Fester dwellings. Sulam Hebrew. Latter sometimes in Halachic Mikor e.g. Sulam Sukkot or as name of commentary. Sar Sevar refers to Jew fast days. God added Esther Hebrew for fast of Esther. Commemorates Esther as fast before approaching King Ahasuerus. God and Hebrew for days for reason. Intelligence refers to both the flavor transfer to food kashrut laws and the rationale for a mitzvah. Tamarobet Hebrew for mixture. Refers to food mixtures relevant to kashrut laws. Tamarobet Chametz Hebrew for mixture of chametz. Important in Passover laws. Takanan Hebrew for supplication. Additional penitential prayers recited after the Avodah. Kamara Hebrew for purity. Refers to ritual purification, especially of a deceased body before burial. Kamarat Hamish Picha Hebrew for family purity. Refers to the laws of marital relations and mikveh immersion. Takana Hebrew decree or rabbinic enactment. Refers to rabbinic legislation. Talmud Hebrew for closer prayer shawl. Garments worn during prayer. Talmud